It is time for Sucro. Hello and welcome. It is Sucro time. Anyway, hello, welcome. It's Sucro time. Time for Sucro. She's a cat, you know. So, I thought earlier today that I wasn't feeling well, but I think I have recovered enough to stream. Uh-oh, too many channel points. Well, I was also about to say, I think all of the technology should be working right now. I checked at least some of it before the stream. I did forget to see if the audio was arbitrarily desynced in a way that means I have to restart my computer. But there's no way for me to know that until unless I review the footage later. Oop, I accidentally bolted upright. Thank you for the reminder to set myself too busy as well. Syncing is correct. I have to actually be doing something with sound effects for that to be clear. So, like, it should be right. Got it from the menu sounds. Fair enough. So today's plans are... Get the mouse cursor off the screen. Today's plans. First, we donate to the Doman Enclave, as we do every Wednesday when possible. Secondly, we will do the level 80 paladin quest, which is available as a result of...
Testing new critical error sound. Ahem. 3, 2, 1. Hot dog.
Hot dog. What was I saying? Oh right, we unlocked the level 80 paladin quest as a result of completing 5.0 main story. So we should go look at that. And then after that, I was originally planning to do some of the Eden raids today, but instead I will be doing the 5.1 main story quest because it is part of the requirements for unlocking the big relic weapon time sync location area zone, which I will not be showing most of on camera because keywords in there were time sync, and also because it's written by the Evil East writer, and apparently a lot of people think it's bad writing also. So I have no faith in the story for Bozja, but I do want to share like the start of it because there's a cool, I think, single player duty somewhere in there, which has an extreme version as a trial as well. That's my understanding. And maybe we'll glean something about the quality of the writing from the intro to that. So if we complete 5.1 and I still feel like streaming after that, we can maybe go do that. I think that quest starts in Kugane? I'm not sure. But yeah, main plan for today is 5.1. Start of Bozja is an option if I feel okay enough. Also, for those unaware of hot dog, can I just open this on computer and have it play through the stream? I was looking at old Windows 98 sounds, and they had different themes, and one of the themes was baseball, and baseball critical stop dot wave.
Hot dog!
Is just that.
Hot dog! Hot dog!
Hot dogs! I don't know. Weird, but funny. Probably the best sound effect in Windows 98, because it makes no sense. It almost, the way it's pronounced almost sounds like hat dog. Hot dog or hat dog could be a great replacement for swearing. It doesn't have the traditional swear replacement feature.
Hot dog.
Oh. You pronounce that with two A's as if it were... That is how language works sometimes, so that's fair. It doesn't have the traditional feature of a swear replacement where it starts with the same letter, like fungus would, for example. I don't think people use fungus very often. But it does have the energy to be something that you just yell arbitrarily. Courtesy of Windows 98, anyway, which has granted it this energy. Let us donate. I think we're working on the barracks right now. On behalf of the Shazenkai, Sukro, I thank you for your support. I'm pleased to inform you that we've made great strides in our efforts to rebuild the Enclave. Owing to your many contributions, the Enclave Barracks has seen further development. As you continued to contribute to the Shazenkai and the reconstruction effort, in what other ways might the Doman Enclave grow and change? By the way, this has nothing to do with anything, but have you ever just considered spending $100 to buy a set of bongos for no reason? Just thinking about it. What if I had bongos and I could play bongos on stream, badly, as a joke? I offer my most sincere gratitude for your kind donations. Nod. I have received word from Mati as to the state of the barracks. Questioning head tilt? Oh, did I say Mati? He would be most upset if I knew I had used that name. You see, we grew up together and Mati was my nickname for him. When we were little, he did not mind being called that, but now he tells me such a childish name ill befits a man of his standing. Anyway, there are matters more deserving of your attention. What say we go and see the Enclave Barracks? This Vieira here is using the Harshafont shield. I could be doing that, but I've chosen instead to have an invisible shield. Sukro doesn't need a shield to parry for some reason. I like to imagine that the ring on her hand like projects an energy shield or something. Greetings, Sukro, and to you, Kozukura. I hope you like what we've done with the barracks. It has come a long way, I'm sure you will agree. Looks like a building. Even I am amazed we managed to get it finished so quickly, what with all of our patrolling and assisting people with their troubles. Your donations were so generous that we were able to afford new weapons. Thankfully, beyond seeing off the odd creature that wanders too close to the perimeter walls, we've had little cause to use them. We also have the equipment necessary to put out fires and detain criminals. Again, nothing of that nature has occurred so far, much to our relief. There is one missing cat that still eludes us, however. Is it me? I'm here now. By the way, anyone know what these are over here? This sort of weapon? I actually don't know what this is or what it's for, but I am sure they're just pikes. I mean, like, I would associate the word pike more with the regular spears over here, but I don't know about this U-shaped spear point. Bidents? I guess that would make sense, because it's like a trident with just two. I was unsure of like the historical significance of this weaponry. It is bound to show up soon, and may I say I am amazed at the lengths to which you are willing to go to help the Enclave. The real reason we came here, however, is to deliver a message. There was a missive addressed to you, Madi. Ah, fair enough. I told you never to call me by that name. Never mind that. It is from Lord Hien himself. Simply put, he wishes to give the Enclave Guard official recognition in light of your service to the Kingdom of Doma. Surely not. Is this true? Nod. Yes, it is. Lord Heian pays more attention to what goes on around here than you realize. Not content to rely on hearsay, he has shown a personal interest in the activities of the Enclave Guard, their patrols, and so on. He knows full well how committed and diligent you all have been, and thought that this is no more than you deserve. We never strove to be more than a group of well-organized volunteers, so this comes as something of a surprise. Many of us have families to support and jobs to hold down, so I only ask our members to contribute what time they can spare. If we were formally in the employ of the kingdom, we could dedicate ourselves wholly to the Enclave Guard. Yes, the more I think on it, the more I realize what a privilege this truly is. Thank you, Sukro, Kozakura. It is your generosity and hard work that have made this possible. I intend to prove that your faith in us was not misplaced. Heck yeah, I think that's the psych up emote. Mauto, those Budaga men have infiltrated the Kian Khan. Will they never learn? Apprehend the intruders. I want them alive and preferably unharmed. One of you stay here. I will prepare some choice words for you to deliver those scoundrels. Asasumata. I see. That would... Because I was wondering about that too, because in the overview shot we had for the first donation thing, we saw someone, like, using that or a similar device and, like, trying to hook it around one of the training dummies. Non-fatally, but it sounds very painful and I don't like the idea, but I was curious about the historical context and use of the weapon, so thank you. I'll gather some men and go on ahead. Once the Budaga have been trussed up and given a severe telling off, they will know better than to try any of their antics again. Nod. Nod. Not sharp, but still, like, it's not gonna be... I mean, it doesn't really matter if they're sharp or not. I mean, if they were sharp, it'd be worse, but... It's basically like... yeah, exactly. Would you excuse us for a few moments? Let's not focus too much on this weapon, though. I just wanted to know what it was. I never knew he had it in him to become such a respected leader. The Enclave barracks are exactly what this place needed, and Mauta has surpassed all expectations. Now that the important matter of protecting the citizenry appears to have been addressed, I have another proposal for you. I expect you've seen the enormous Imperial structure by the docks. Although it has for the most part been demolished, the watchtower still looms ominously over the Enclave, an unpleasant reminder of the occupation. We have the person using something similar on a training dummy is back there still. Also, it's okay. But thank you for apologizing. Since the efforts of the Shazenkai have predominantly focused on establishing an acceptable standard of living for our people, cases such as this have not received much attention until now. Fortunately, we are now in a position to divert donations to replacing the Garlean-built tower with one of our own, so that we may cast a watchful eye across the One River and the surrounding region. If you are able to continue your contributions, it would be immensely beneficial for the Enclave. Bow. So are the barracks just a really quick, like, development compared to some of the other ones? And don't rough them up too much, Ihase needs their help in the paddy fields. Sorry about that. Did I hear you mention building a new watchtower? If you need people to man it, look no further than the Enclave Guard. Nod. Fantastic. Determined. I guess some of the other things completed about this quickly, so that's not too surprising. Now that the Enclave Barracks is complete, the Shazenkai aims to further improve security by replacing the Imperial Watchtower with one of Doman design. Furthermore, as a result of the Enclave's expansion, the rate of gratuities paid for donations has increased, as well as the weekly budget. Oh no, math has become more complicated. I think they should have kept the gratuity at 200% so I didn't have to think as much. Anyway, I don't actually remember the Imperial Watchtower, so I'm gonna go look at the docks for a second. I do have plenty of Allegan silver pieces, thankfully. Imperial Watchtower, huh? Oh yeah, that sure is the remnants of an Imperial Watchtower with scaffolding around it. I forgot about that part. I'm sure you've noticed it, the game says to me, a person famous for noticing things. Question mark. I do notice some things sometimes. Still have more to go before we can actually donate. I'm great at noticing some things and good at not noticing other things. On behalf of the Shazenkai Sucro, I thank you for your support. Nod. We were able to cover the costs of having the old Imperial Tower completely demolished. Not only that, but the masons and carpenters wasted no time in starting work on the new one. If you'd like to know more, I suggest speaking with Ishibushi, the foreman. He will explain how your donations are making a difference. Well, now we can go see how it's changed in those 5 seconds that I've spent walking around. That was fast. I know that more time is supposed to have passed, but still, it's kind of funny. You must be Sucro. So, come to inspect our work, have you? Questioning head tilt. Please, allow me to apologize on behalf of Master Ishibushi. He does not mean to be rude, he is simply brusque by nature. In fact, I'm sure he's very pleased to see you at our construction site. You see, like everyone else in the Enclave, we too have benefited from your magnanimity. Were it not for your donations, we would have no tools or resources with which to go about our work. As such, we owe you a debt of gratitude for this opportunity to improve the lives of our fellow Domans. Is that what you meant to say? Nod. We would have thanked you sooner had we not been so busy here. Even working day and night, it took an awfully long time to bring down the old tower. I will say one thing for those Garleans, they certainly know how to build. We were getting nowhere with the tools we had, so we had to import ones better suited to taking apart steel structures, and explosives. Lots of explosives. Now we are making swift progress on building our own tower, isn't that right, Master? If you worked as much as you talk, we would have finished it by now. Ah, my mother always says I should become I should become an orator instead of a builder. Maybe you should take her advice. Anyway, let us address the matter at hand, our plans for the tower. Yes, we still need to decide how to build the uppermost section. Seeing as your donations are funding this endeavor, perhaps we should ask you, Sucro. What do you think should be placed at the top of the tower? Why not give it a beacon and turn it into a lighthouse, or what this place needs is a massive statue of Lord Hien. Hien would dislike this. And also, a lighthouse would be pretty helpful, honestly. Let's go with that. Why not make it a lighthouse? Brilliant, why didn't I think of that? Not only will it serve to guide ships traveling at night, but the increased visibility will make it easier for the guards to keep an eye on the Enclave. A light bulb in the shape of Lord Hien. Also, yeah, symbolism. Symbolism is helpful too. I wonder how visible the lighthouse would be with like the cliffs and the gate behind us that we can still, there's probably a bunch of open ocean in a different direction that could still see it. Not only will it serve to guide ships traveling at night, but the increased visibility will make it easier for the guards to keep an eye on the Enclave. What say you, Master? If you actually suggest the giant statue of Lord Hien, Does that happen? I'm guessing no. I'm guessing they disagree with that idea. I say yes. Okay, that's also true. That is part of the purpose of a lighthouse, now that you mention it. It's supposed to make the cliffs visible. It's just like if the place was completely surrounded by cliffs, I don't know if it would do anything as much. I say yes. Excellent. Now, if you will excuse us, we have work to do. Nod. Construction of the watchtower is proceeding quickly, with plans to include a beacon so that it may also function as a lighthouse. As you continue to contribute to the Shazenkai and the reconstruction effort, in what other ways might the Doman Enclave grow and change? Okay, yeah, so there's like a bunch of cliffs and stuff all around the Enclave, actually. So, like, it would serve to illuminate those cliffs and make it more difficult for boats to run into them. But I also wonder, like... I think lighthouses maybe typically need to, like, have more distance to cover. I'm not an expert on lighthouses or anything. We will make a much better tower than the Garleans did. In fact, I know basically nothing about lighthouses. They're neat, though. Sometimes there's a boss fight in them, though, unfortunately. Or, like, at least 3 of them, if not 6. Okay, I can donate 5,000 more. Oh, the rate is still 200%. So I'm not sure why it said the gratuity increased. So that should be what? These are worth 500. So it'd normally be 10, so this is just 5 of these. Oh, I thought the gratuity was the rate for some reason. My mistake. There we go. As ever, you are too kind. Your donation has brought us to the limit of our weekly budget, and so I must refuse any additional contributions until our coffers have been replenished. Thank you again. This is the first time that we've seen this message because it's the first time we've made any donation that did not result in a cutscene. The Shazenkai's weekly budget will be revised every Tuesday at 4 a.m. Did I check if Sucro won the lottery this week? I think I did. Yeah, I did. Okay. So that's the Doman Enclave for today. And now we must go to Ul'dah. Remember the Paladin and Gladiator quest lines? It's time for some additional epilogue for those, I guess. I don't know what happens in this quest. I believe it should be around here somewhere, though it wasn't on the map. No? Or is it worth fighting for? It's worth fighting for, okay. It just isn't marked as an unlocking anything quest, because it's not. Jinlins has something or someone on his mind. Ah, if it isn't Sucro, how fare you, my friend? Still keeping up your training, I trust. I have reached maximum training, currently. The Sultansworn have not been idle either. Seeking ways to better serve our nation, we have joined hands with the Gladiators Guild. We train with one another, helping to hone each other's sword arms. The guild even dispatches its members to assist us in guarding the palace. None of this would have been possible without First Sword Mila's cooperation. She's a dedicated woman, dedicated to her art and to her own, and I have the utmost respect and admiration for her. So it was with deep concern that I noticed that something troubles her of late. Whereas before she was amiable, she has become given to brooding silences. I considered offering to lend an ear, but as a relatively new acquaintance, I did not wish to appear overly familiar. But you, Sucro, you are her close friend. Will you not seek her out and inquire after the source of her consternation? So this is the final job-specific quest for Paladin. Since Shadowbringers and Endwalker made everything into, like, role quest lines, there's, like, one sort of epilogue quest at level 80 for everyone after you've completed Shadowbringers. And then after that, there are no more job-specific quests. So this is the last of these characters and whatnot. It's understandable that they did that, as I've said before. But also, more importantly, I don't know what happens in this questline because I've never been a paladin at level 90 before Sucro. I think the only one of these that I've done is probably... Well, I would have done the dancer one before, and I might have done, like, the machinist one. I don't know. They're not, like, vital to do, they're optional. But they're a little story thing, so it's neat. Oh, it's you, Sucro. It's been a while. What brings you here today? Jenlins is worried about you, or is everything alright? Is everything alright? What's this all of a sudden? Of course I'm... Nay, I won't insult your intelligence by lying to you. You see, it's Aldous. He's returned to Ul'dah. He's been pardoned, so he has every right to be here. But it's just... I just don't understand what's going through his mind. Oh ho, if it isn't the very woman I've been longing to see. Hello, Aldous. You have a fancy new outfit. Greetings, Sucro. You look well for someone who's been raising hells the world over. I guess I've done that. Also on another world. Huh? I see my attire intrigues you. When I took my leave after the Ul Cup, I believe I said something to the effect of still having much to learn. That's what I've been doing. Learning. I remembered the elderly samurai who was making short work of our gladiators, and so I decided to journey to the Far East and train in his style. You never cared for convention or tradition. Is it any wonder we're confused to see you actually look the part? Ah, I suppose you're right, but you have to admit, Mila, I look pretty good in this. Shrug. Ha 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 ha, laughter. I've done part of the samurai questline, but that's a great question. I think that was referring to Musosai. I got up to the level 60 quest for Samurai, and I didn't do that one yet. I probably never will. Hello and welcome. We've donated to the Doman Enclave. They completed the barracks and they're building a watchtower. And right now we are doing the level 80 Paladin quest. And then it will be time for 5.1. I've shuffled the plans around. I was going to do Eden today, but we're doing 5.1 instead because I want to complete the conditions to unlock Bozja so that I can see if Bozja is going to keep my attention off camera. So, Sucro, how about you and I have a bout, for old time's sake? Gladly. I will fight. Leave it to me. Ah, yes, that was. I did buy most of the crafted armor, because I was able to get enough money for that. Heh, we're one of a kind, you and I. When we see a mighty foe, we can't resist the urge to test ourselves. Shrug. Nod. I actually bought 2 of that jacket specifically so that I could glue one to a glamour plate and switch to it without having to use a glamour dispeller and a dye every time. So I've made very wise spending decisions recently, clearly. Now, as much as I fancy a rematch in the Colosseum, we'll have to settle for a humbler venue this time. Let's see. How about Scorpion Crossing, outside of the gate of the Sultana? There's space there, if not a lot of people to watch our glorious match. Don't you even think about fighting in the city. If you must feed your vanity, I'll attend as witness. At the very least, I can explain the situation to the Brass Blades should they appear. Thanks, I appreciate it. And there you have it, Sucro. I'll see you at Scorpion Crossing. Yeah, it is the best equipment that can be purchased currently. And I won't have to worry about equipment for a while, probably. I can't believe this. Go on ahead, Sucro. I'll follow in a moment. For the record, my current item level is 623. Hello. Someone was looking at me. Current item level 623. We got the sword, the entire left side is Diadocos. Got the shield, earrings, and then the bracelet, choker, and ring over here are currently Troyan. And there's a relatively more outdated Darbar ring. So I need to buy more of the jewelry, I suppose. I probably could afford some of that right now, but it would be more reasonable of me to like make sure I have some money. But yeah, as far as glamour plates go, this is the one I was working on, and I think is complete now. I like how the earrings match everything, and I made the ring match too. Same ring and earrings, actually. And then, like, this is the Shadowbringers sword here, sequence, which also perfectly matches. This might be the Endwalker look, though I also do still have this look around that might be useful for something. I don't know what. But for right now, we are still in Shadowbringers. I have to make sure that the portrait is fine. Also, I can't guarantee that the sequence will be the sword that we use in Endwalker, because if Bozja doesn't make me sad or bored, then I don't know, maybe there will be a Bozja sword of some kind. This also reminds me, when I was looking at other glamours on the website Eorzea Collection, which is not indicative of all glamours across the game, surely. There are a number of glamours that independently arrived at similar conclusions to that one that I just showed, which is kind of funny. Like, there's ones that dyed it the same shade of blue. There weren't any, there was at least one that used the same boots. There weren't any that matched it with the jewelry or white pants, though, so I've still got some originality. Also, I'm unusually interested in statistics sometimes. And another thing I noticed when thinking about a jacket that is available in Endwalker, if I can just pull up this too high effort infographic that I created. So this is a jacket that I want to be able to try with Sucro at some point. The Imperial Coat Offending. And I noticed a trend when looking at glamours that had used it. First of all, this is a very nice coat, but there's only 28 glamours for it. And secondly, basically everybody dyed it a shade of red or gray or colors that were very close to those, and nobody has ever tried to dye this any other color in history, clearly, is what this means. And I just think that's interesting. It would surely look great with the abyssal blue that I used for the jacket offending that I was just using. I don't think this has the same model as a crafted item. Those colors do make sense, and they do work on the coat, but, like, nobody has ever tried. Well, people have definitely tried it. Nobody submitted any glamours. It's also worth noting that Eorzea Collection probably has its own sort of culture to go with it. There's most likely far more glamours that are, that repel me from the computer at high speeds, let's say. I see them and then I, like, fly backwards into the wall and explode. Oh, I have 97,000 HP. I didn't even notice. That's quite a lot. Someone did dye it pastel pink. Eorzean Arthur Dent is a pretty powerful concept, though. I hope he's satisfied. Heh, I've been looking forward to this. Come, my friend, let's begin. I believe this is very similar to what the level 80 Dancer quest was, too, because there's also a duel in that one. Is this just what all the level 80 quests are? Oh, the lighthouse in the back in the fog is a great framing device for this little camera scene here. Though the fog isn't predetermined, most likely. Alright, you. So you've learned Samurai. Are you gonna do a quick draw? Why am I glowing? What the? Impossible. I don't know what that means, but I'm taking a screenshot of Sucro glowing in the void. How? How did you become so strong? Oh yeah, this wasn't a duty. This was just a cutscene. We're not actually going to fight because he's like, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a second. I found something worth protecting, or I found something I couldn't bear to lose. I found something worth protecting. I fight for my friends. You journeyed to another world and found something you wish to protect? Okay, yeah, this is good. I don't think we're actually going to be fighting. Aldous, what's the meaning of this? There's no point. As I am, I don't stand a chance against Sucro. Her power level is too high. You would admit defeat before you've even fought? It's unseemly, aye, but because of my training, I've come to know, Mila. Come to know the power of resolve and the difference it makes. Forgive me, I need a moment alone. Yeah, honestly, yeah. Yeah, like, whoop, I'm out, bye. Shoutouts to Aldous for smart decision making. This isn't the Aldous I know. He's never once backed down from a fight. Shonen protagonist who decides not to use friendship out of fairness. That's silly. I like it. It's a funny idea. And yeah, I guess, yeah, Aldous has learned a lot. More than just a fighting style. I don't doubt that you've grown stronger since we last met. But so is Aldous. That's why he challenged you, to put his training to the proof. Yet, by that self-same training, he could see that he was no match for you. I don't know what to say. Well, there's no use pondering things here. Let's return to the guild. Do you mean like the sort of plot point where it's just... What was it? Like... Just people can just tell how powerful you are? Or like... Someone challenges you and then realizes that they have no chance, or having a cool glowy aura? Any of those things? All of those things? I like this. This is fun. I didn't expect a lot from the Gladiator quest because it's... Well, I mean, the Gladiator characters are interesting. The Paladin characters are bad. I think if you just were to look at Sucro normally without having special samurai training or whatever all this had, you probably couldn't tell how cool she is. Or rather, how powerful she is. She's, of course, very cool all the time. Defeating the opponent as a person without needing to defeat them as a fighter is a cool way to put it, too. The Dancer quest actually does have a duel of sorts. You do actually fight. Unless that's like the final Dancer quest before this one, and I forgot. I don't think Sucro is menacing intentionally, ever. I think Sucro is just menacing, like, when she gets mad. Or starts fighting. Also, that's true. That is a cat-like feature. Cats are extremely powerful, but also goofy. And this is what Sucro is. Aldous hasn't returned. I wouldn't be surprised if he's left Ul'dah again. It wouldn't be the first time he's disappeared as quickly as he's arrived. If they had more job quests after this one, which they don't, do you think Aldous would keep showing up as a different class every time and then be like, wait, you got even more levels? Dang it! And then leave again? Like he'd show up as a Reaper or something. He'd be like, actually, the power of the Void is bad for this. Bye. Don't blame yourself. The problem is Aldous' and Aldous' alone. It's up to him to resolve it, however long that may take. I love to think about that. Except, like, every time it cuts to Sucro, it's just Sucro standing there. And then he explodes repeatedly. As if knocked back from a strong attack, and Sucro just gets increasingly confused by this. At any rate, don't feel compelled to linger on his account. I'm sure you have much demands on your time. That does actually make sense. It's just a slightly unusual sentence. Come and visit again when you have the chance. Nod. Sorry for taking off like that. Truth be told, I'm ashamed to show my face, but there's something I needed to tell you. Questioning head tilt? After I left, I thought long and hard on your words, on that which you said made you strong. It led me to ask myself, what is it that I wish to protect? And you found your answer? Aye, I did. Fool that I am, it took me a long time, but I finally realized that it was always close by. Aldous. Mila, this is embarrassing for me to say, but that which is dearest to me, that I cannot bear to lose, is the Gladiators Guild. What? She thought it would be her. The old guildmaster, he was a father to me, and this place is as a home. Oh, interesting. They all involve bringing up what you learned in the first? I haven't... At some point, I might want to consider showing the Summoner questline, because it does have some interesting information about, like, primals and whatnot, and how they work. Though we might know most of it already, it's interesting to talk about, like, the Summoner questline and, like, whatnot. The old guildmaster, he was a father to me, and this place is as a home. No matter where my path may lead, the guild will always welcome me with open arms. I realize that now. Aldous, you... So if I'm to protect the guild, it means, well, you know. It means I have to be at the guild. So from today, I'm giving up the itinerant life. After all these years coming, going as you please, sending nary a word, you think you can just stay here? You've got a lot of nerve. Why, Mila, if I didn't know better, I'd say you were worried about me. Shut your mouth. If you wish to stay, then do as you like. That's what you're good at. Ah, there's the grimace I know and love. There truly is no place like home. Sucro shrugs. But just aside, Sucro, because of you, I finally realized what's important to me. For that, I give you my thanks. From here on, I'll watch over the guild while I continue honing my skills. Who knows? If I work hard, I might even become the first sword one day. Not on your life. No one would entrust the guild to a selfish bastard such as you. And skills or no, you're starting from the bottom like the rest. Aye, aye, whatever you say. It was good seeing you, my friend. Do come and visit again. From now on, you know where to find me. Nod. For Machinist, basically everything that you do is you coming up with your own techniques, too. Because, like, if you look at... It's in the armory chest. If you look at the soul crystals... Machinist is one of two that says, unlike other soul crystals, the surface of this multi-aspected stone has yet to be carved with a record of past deeds. The other one that says this is the Blue Mage one. The title I get for this, I actually looked up beforehand, but it is Bulwark Between Worlds, which is pretty cool, I guess. We also have the title Shadowbringer, as of recently. I could set that to Sucro's title. She doesn't have one right now. By the way, it took me an age. Wait. Hey. Where's the subcommands? Oh, okay. It's just I thought there was a sort button here. There it is. There it is. There's the sort button. Bulwark Between Worlds, Sucro Funk. And that is true. It is funny to be like, hey, I built a robot. Yeah, and that's also true, but they do still have merit. So do you have anything else to say? Sucro, always a pleasure. Whenever you visit, our members train that little bit harder. Funny that. How fare you of late? Since Aldous decided to stay, we've had more folk come knocking on our door. They aspire to be like the Sword of Nald, and like your good self, of course. Only time will tell who will go the distance, but you may be certain that I will push them for all they're worth. Couldn't do any less, what with the bar having been raised so high, right, Sucro? What is a gladiator? Who are you, and what did you do with Sucro? Because I knew she wouldn't be so daft as to... Ah, the hell's with it. I think this is probably the same as what it was before. Gladiators aspire to become masters of the sword, the most ubiquitous weapon in all of Eorzea. The sword is a deceptively simple weapon, which is why many take it up to achieve their goals. Wealth, power, love, all seem within reach when duly armed. A gladiator, however, understands that to live by the sword is not a decision to be taken lightly. To walk upon the blood sands is to court death, and we must ever be prepared to enter Thal's realm. But when you stand triumphant in the Colosseum and hear the crowd chanting your name, you feel immortal. Of course, victory goes only to those willing to work for it. A gladiator must rigorously train not only to deliver fierce attacks, but also to weather them. Indeed, learning the shield is just as important as learning the sword. These defensive skills are especially important when fighting alongside allies. In battle, a gladiator is often relied upon to draw the enemy's attention, while his weaker allies seize the opportunity to attack. That, my friend, is the crux of it. But as you have experienced firsthand, there is more to the sword and shield than meets the eye. Our art is ever evolving, and it falls to us to evolve with it. Just to be clear, you are Sucro and not her twin sister, right? Sucro does not have a twin sister. Probably? Probably. Sucro. Yeah, also, I do believe they have said that they're going to start doing more Final Fantasy XIV original jobs, and Reaper was an example of that. They are kind of running out of classic Final Fantasy jobs that they could still throw in here, but there are a bunch. Like, Geomancer could probably be workable. There's weirder ones, like Calculator, or Arithmetician, as it is known now. But that seems pretty unlikely. Mime doesn't exist. Cannoneer. Did I specifically have an idea for Cannoneer? Other specific ideas I had include Saboteur, like one with a twin blade that's a tank. Morpher. There's a bunch of possibilities. Sucro, always good to see you. Let's have another bout soon, eh? I'll make sure I'm ready for you next time. Yeah, I just really like that extremely basic PvP only mechanic and I seriously believe you could base an entire class around that principle. Because it would be a unique type of gameplay. It'd be interesting. It'd be neat. They'd have like a quick shot button that was let them move without slowing down but was weaker and stuff like that. You say that's a silly idea, but like Cannoneer in Tactics Advance 2, or like the classes that used cannons, some of them were very support focused. So honestly, they're already kind of mixed with Chemist. So it's possible you could have Mortar Healer, or maybe even Mortar Tank. Oh, right. That's also good. If you did mix it with Chemist, it's a good pun. I didn't think of that. All right. How has it already been an hour? What the heck is time anyway? Okay, so let us begin. 5.1. 5.1 is the final part of the main story quest that I have personally experienced with my own gameplay, character, senses, etc. So this is a, I guess, fairly monumental occasion in terms of this playthrough. Mortar and pistol. That'd be very funny. And once again, to reiterate, the reason that we are doing 5.1 now, instead of like Eden, like I originally planned to do first, some of Eden anyway, is because I want to unlock Bosja faster, so that I can see if it can hold my attention at all. You've heard of board and sword, or sword and board, but what about board or sword? Will I be bored or will I get a sword? I don't know, but shake and resolve. Tataru seems eager to make up for lost time. Sucro, gods, it's good to see you. I hope your being here means you've had your fill of rest. Not so much as 40 winks, truth be told, or more than my fill. I think Sucro's been able to take a nap now. I think that's fair. Well, you've certainly earned it. Not much has happened since your last visit. I had planned for you to meet that helper I told you about, but he refuses to answer his link pearl. I do hope he's alright. I already forgot who you're talking about. Oh wait, it's Justinian. We've been exchanging messages with the Eorzean Alliance throughout though. They say the fighting has finally stopped at the Gimlet Dark, and that the Empire showed no sign of movement. Which means we might actually have a moment to ourselves for a change. Seeing as you're back, maybe you could tell me more about your time in the First? Nod. Great! Oh, and if you don't mind, I'd like to ask Flamine to join us. She'll want to know what happened to Minfilia, and I think it's best she hears it from you. We'll meet you on the terrace at the House of Splendors. Well, time for Flamine to cry, I guess. I don't remember a lot about 5.1. I think I remember, like, the dungeon and, like, the general idea of what you're trying to accomplish in 5.1. But after that, I start knowing a whole lot less. Sucro, my, it has been too long. Totaro did mention that I would be joining you, did she not? Nod. Explaining. Thank you. Words cannot well express how I've longed to know more of the first. This world Minfilia has sacrificed so much to save. But come, rest your feet. Totaro should be arriving shortly. Yeah, that face is an appropriate reaction to Shadowbringers as a whole, or 5.0 as a whole being explained, I think. That series of faces that Totaro just made. And so Minfilia chose to pass on her gifts to the next Oracle? This girl who Thancred named Reen? I made that sound way more incredulous for some reason, by accident. To have such a burden thrust upon her as a child, only to embrace it when given the choice. In that respect, they are quite alike. It would seem her legacy is indeed in capable hands. Sucro, might I ask a favor of you when next you return to the First? To tell Reen what I cannot. To tell her, thank you. Gasp. Nod. And I would offer thanks to you as well for staying with her till the end. To the end. Nod. Begging your pardon, but could I have a word? Oh, hey, you. What's up? Real, I hope you're here to tell me you've received word from our helper. The soundtrack makes it seem like we have bad news incoming. I wish. Nay, I've got nary a peep out of him, and it's been a good long while now. Too bloody long. On account of which, I'm going to sneak over the border and see if I can't get a signal to him from closer up. But what if they catch you? There must be another way. Well, it ain't as if we can ask Thancred to do it. Besides, I shouldn't have no trouble picking me way through Gimlet now the fighting's died down. Gods know there's enough shadows to hide in. And it beats waiting around here twiddling me thumbs. Any road, I just thought I'd let you know. Now I'd best be... Ah, nearly forgot. Kryle's at the stones and she wants a word. Something to do with the patients. She was getting ready to examine him again when I left. Questioning head tilt? Times 2? We'd best head back then. I'm sure it's important. Nod. Wave. And nod. You needn't worry about me. Go and see what Kryle has to say. Sounds like someone brought too many shadows over there, if you ask me. There's something funny about Real being like, there's certainly enough shadows to hide in right after what we dealt with in 5.0. It seems she's still examining them. I do hope it's nothing bad. It's been a while since we spoke to Kryle.
You're here. Good.
Smile and nod.
So, how are they?
Still locked in slumber, but otherwise in good physical health. For the present, at least.
I feel like we should probably update Kryle on everything, too.
For the present?
Concerning.
Oh no, is something wrong with them?
I'm afraid there may be.
Oh.
I summoned you after detecting faint signs of instability in Thancred's corporeal ether. But subsequent examination suggested all 5 might be affected. And when I examined them just now, my fears were confirmed. Tellingly, The degree of instability varies between them. Thancred exhibits the most notable signs, followed by Y'shtola and Urianger. The twins' ether, meanwhile, remains relatively stable, but there is a change there too if one knows to look for it.
So those who have been on the first for longer are more unstable. That makes logical sense. By the way, I made one small change to Sucro, and I don't have any prizes to give out if you notice it, but think about this. Think about this while you watch the stream. See if you can spot a difference. No, the eyes are the same. Her eyes are the same.
Hold on. Isn't that the order they were called away in?
It is, Tataru.
Indeed. Which leads me to believe the instability will only increase with time.
Okay, you got it correctly immediately. I did in fact add the extra scar. I was just looking at the options that you can do with the without using a Fantasia. And there was a scar that she didn't have, and it seemed reasonable that she would have another scar by this point. So Sucro has a third scar now.
Though I can but speculate, I fear this may be a symptom of a weakening link between body and soul.
By the gods! What happens if the link is broken?
The voice acting combined with that animation was a bit silly. Oh, you did the same thing? That's fun.
I cannot say for certain. This is all unknown territory to us. Yet whatever happens, it cannot be good. Mercifully, the instability is still only slight. And you may rest assured Master Matoya and I will do everything in our power to keep it from worsening. Be that as it may, it is imperative that you find a way to restore our friends' souls to their bodies.
Okay. Leave it to me. The other option was no rest for the righteous, eh?
Thank you.
But where's she even supposed to start? We had the greatest minds in the realm hunting high and low for an answer, and they ran out of places to look.
I would start in the first, probably. With who summoned them.
You stated in your report that the Exarch had originally intended to reverse the summoning process by means of his own death, correct?
True. But we're not gonna kill the Exarch.
Raha always was a reckless young fool, ready to die for the first righteous cause that came along. His plan might well have worked, but I for one am glad he never had the opportunity to see it through. Even if it does mean our friends must remain stranded a while longer.
Also, Kryl addressing him as Raha is interesting. I don't think they ever interacted in the Crystal Tower quest. I don't think Kryl was around yet. So they know each other.
There is another way, I am sure of it. And the key lies with him, with the Exarch. Pray return to the first and apprise him and the others of the situation. We, meanwhile, will do what we can from here. And, if the fates are kind, we will have good news to share upon your return.
Yeah. I think they're like both Archons or something. Is that the right word for all of that? As well? Take care over in the first, Sucro. We're counting on you and the Crystal Exarch to bring our friends home. Don't you worry, Master Matoya and I will think of something. I still have return set to the Crystarium, so bye! I wonder why they haven't ever added an option to give the player character that Archon or like Scion neck tattoo. I wouldn't use that personally, but it seems a bit surprising that they've never added anything that would do that for you. I wouldn't use that personally because Sucra and I do not think would ever get a tattoo of any sort. Maybe like a magic tattoo, but like not like an actual tattoo. Or like traditional, normal, like real world style of tattoo. I don't want one of those. For those who've given an award-winning essay or otherwise in Charlian. I mean, they could have at least added it as like a cosmetic item. I don't mean that they'd have to add it as a story thing, but I'm surprised that like it's not like a helmet glamour or something like that, or a DLC cash shop option for face paint or something like that. There is cash shop face paint. There is unlockable face paint. That is a thing, but maybe the faces are coded separately enough that you can't really add a neck detail with the face paint. I don't know. And yeah, they could have like a side quest line or something. Hello, Garaha. Or just Garaha, because we don't emphasize the first letters much for everyone but Sucro. Sucro has already faced and defeated college of a sort. So, like, it would have to be College 2, College Extreme, College Unreal. College Unreal would just be the Scholastic questline, but I don't know if there's even any fights in that. Sucro is, like, mid-late 20s, in my mind. So, I guess she would be at the age to go to a grad school. I wouldn't know since I dropped out of college due to chronic illnesses of all sorts, physical and mental health problems, and also not meshing with the education system at all. I think college sucks, but anyway. College all too real is probably the most correct difficulty descriptor. Partly or mostly through a PhD. Okay, so on one hand, college, I strongly dislike school and college. But on the other hand, if she did get a PhD, she would be Dr. Funk, which has an incredible amount of power to it. Anyway. Hey Graha, I mean Crystal Exarch. Ah, Sucro, you are returned. I hope your time in the source was suitably restful. But of course it wasn't. Go on. I love how the Exarch can emote now because you can see his face finally. Their corporeal ether shows signs of instability. By the gods, the possibility never even occurred to me. Should have read more thousands of books, I guess, in your infinite lifetime. If you have returned in the hope that my research has yielded a solution, I fear you will be sorely disappointed. 'Tis but a mercy we have the likes of Mistress Kryl and Master Matoya to keep our friends' bodies safe while we wrestle with the problem. But they cannot forestall the separation of body and soul indefinitely. Come, the others must be told. Dr. Funk. I'm thinking about it. What would Sucro get a PhD in? Oh, Arcanima, obviously, actually, never mind. I know the answer to that one. Because in my headcanon, it plays a large role in her combat style and weapon usage and whatnot. And she's also just really interested in it. At least somewhat. Barry is talking and explaining. Something like that could work, yeah.
Pray excuse my late arrival.
I'm not actually entirely certain. The Sucro headcanon has never been fully, like, immutable. or completely defined. So I'm not entirely certain how much of a role Arcanima actually plays in anything she does. Though I do claim this sword is Excalibuncle a few times per month. So
Will
IDK.
Thancred and Reen not
LOL.
be joining us?
Sucro is a mystery, but also she's a cat.
Nay, milady. With apologies to all, they beg leave to pursue their investigation of the empty to its conclusion. Should matters here demand their presence, however, they did assure me that they would make themselves available.
So I believe the first parts of Eden do become available, or did become available in this same patch. So by doing Eden after this, it does make sense, like, in some sort of chronology. But also I wonder if dialogue like this would be different if you had completed all of Eden oh wait, no, you can't. You can't complete Eden until like after 5.3 or something like that. So never mind. The only problem with Excalibuncle is that as good as Excalibuncle is as a concept, I want to be able to use different swords at times. Though I guess / E-Guy Glamour Excalibuncle sequence could be canon.
Yes, of course. Then let us proceed.
That's fair.
I think
guess.
it best that you begin by providing a summary of Mistress Kryle's findings.
And so Sucro provided a summary of Kryle's findings.
I suppose it was only to be expected that some change would occur.
Yet our souls seem unaffected, to my eye at least. How long they will remain so is another question. Kryle is right. It is imperative we find a way to return to the source.
Nod.
Perhaps an explanation of the method by which I brought you here will yield some inspiration. Ere I begin, it must be noted that I am by no means a gifted mage. In order to employ powerful magics, I must rely upon the Crystal Tower and its boundless reservoirs of energy.
I think there's still some, like... I don't think you're giving yourself enough credit there. I think there's still something... Like, surely not everyone could rely upon the Crystal Tower and its boundless reservoirs of energy in the ways that you have. But anyway.
The magic that summoned you was no exception. 'Tis a singular spell, adapted through painstaking effort from the technique that transported me to the first.
But also, to be fair, he did miss with this spell like 5 times, so...
To use an analogy, it works by cutting a hole in the fabric of reality. A hole tailored to the object of summoning, through which it and it alone may pass unscathed.
Specifically 5 times, in fact. The 4 here plus Thancred. 6 times the charm, I guess.
Though I succeeded in creating said hole, I failed to latch onto my intended target. Instead of you, the spell found those close to you, and ended up summoning them in their incomplete state.
Could we summon the rest of everyone here to make them here completely and then have them travel back? Would that work? Or would it be easier to just desummon them?
I would not soon throw my life away, not after the lengths you and yours went to save it. And so long as I breathe, I will spare no effort to see you safely home.
I don't know what you mean by that. 60% cat? I don't know what you mean.
But should all else fail, and your lives be at stake, there remains one sure method.
No, we're not going to kill you. Bonk!
for?
I was waiting for this particular scene because I remembered she did something
How can
like
you
this
even
at some point.
entertain such thoughts? You owe your life to the Warrior of Light, and you don't get to die unless she says so.
I forgot it was like flicking him in the forehead, but I knew that Alize did something like this at some point. And I remembered it being kind of funny.
Your followers await your divine judgment.
Oh, I see. Y'shtola, please. I love Graha here just being like mouth slightly open, like Y'shtola, please.
What did you just...
Y'shtola, be trolling.
If the two of you have finished, perhaps we could return to our discussion?
Hey, Y'shtola, is your neck ornament there some sort of great serpent of Ronka by any chance? I never really noticed up close that it was like a fancy snake.
Rather than dwelling upon the multiple failed attempts at transference, I think it would behoove us to focus on the solitary success.
Y'shtola, you're also stealing Matoya's theme song? Gasp?
I would draw your attention to the fact that our friend can travel between worlds possessed not only of her body and soul, but her personal effects besides.
It's true.
This is no different from the teleportation magics to which we are all accustomed. Magics that allow for the transportation of those inanimate objects one considers to be an extension of oneself.
Mm-hmm.
Are you suggesting that simply by considering us her possessions, she could carry our souls back to the source upon her person?
I would never consider people like that.
Well, it would be nice if things were that simple for a change.
But it would be kind of a funny loophole.
But vague notions of ownership seem a rather tenuous thing to stake our lives on. So much as a moment of doubt on her part and we'd be left floating in the rift.
Corgi is barking in the background.
Milady hath the right of it. The requisite fixity of belief would be too much to ask even of our friend.
I would have a great deal of difficulty considering people in that sense. We cannot treat them like one of our items.
Yet were we to immure our souls within an object in her possession, mayhap then our safe passage could be assured.
I see, we just need soul crystals?
White
Yeah,
Auracite would,
basically.
I believe, serve as a suitable vessel for this purpose. It was conceived to imprison the massy soul of an Ascian, and should house one of ours with relative ease.
Okay. This seems like a decent plan, I
to
guess.
ensure our soul's safe preservation inside the stone, and identify a means by which they might be transferred back unto our vacant bodies.
Do we have more white auracite to spare? Didn't that take you a while to prepare?
Preservation and transference. I believe I know of someone who may be able to assist us. On the far shore of the source, there stands a great palace built by the elves.
Urianger found a different word for that in his thesaurus. That's all.
It was forsaken in the wake of the flood, but a certain Numo chose to make their home there soon after. Though they have long lived as a recluse, they once occupied a place of honor in Verbert's royal court, and it is said that none in all of Norvrand is more knowledgeable than they on matters of the soul.
Well, I've no objection to seeking a helping hand, but if they've gone to such lengths to hide themselves away from the world, what makes you think they'd be willing to lend us one?
Nod.
A worthy question. Years ago, I myself tried and failed to solicit their cooperation in the battle against the Sin Eaters.
We must rely on Sucro's uncanny ability to convince anyone to help.
No sooner had I begun to make my plea than they unleashed a swarm of their familiars upon me.
Also, if we can beat up a bunch of familiars, maybe they'll be like, okay, fine.
Unlike me, however, you have curried favor with the Fae folk.
Oh, that's also
By that
true.
merit alone, I am hopeful that they would grant you an audience.
We need Feo Ul.
They may still be inclined to turn you away, of course, but if their knowledge might feasibly facilitate your return home, we have to try.
We need Feoul and a megaphone. And then we give the megaphone to Feoul and they just yell, "You must help us. Or else I will do a prank." I'm sick and tired of the Exarch's attempts at selfless sacrifice. If he suggests dying one more time, I swear I'm going to grant him his wish. I'll say no. A mage of surpassing skill living a life of seclusion. Now where have I heard that before? One can only hope they are more receptive to unsolicited visitations. Y'shtola, are you simply drawing a comparison, or are you meant to, is this meant to imply that this new Mo is a reflection of Matoya? Again, I don't think everything has to be a reflection of something else, but I guess it's always something you have to consider. The new Mo seems such a welcoming folk in Ilmeg. What do you suppose could have driven this one to a life of seclusion? 'Tis said the kingdom of Verbert was once home to the realm's greatest knights and magics both. To command a place at the royal court, the new Mo whom we seek must needs have been a mage among mages. We have seen a lot of Verbert's royal court, actually, due to doing the tank roll quest, so that's cool. A grand adventure. The grand cosmos, that is, the palace we seek, stands upon the opposite shore of the source. I will arrange for a boat to carry us there. Whilst thou journeyest thither, I think it best that I devote mine energies to the creation of white auracite, by thy leave, of course. The process requireth no small amount of time, and should the new Mo consent to lend us their aid, we will have need of a suitable vessel ere long. Okay, so I was right. Urianger does need to go prepare that. And we don't have any just sitting around. Nod. Agreed. Then I would ask the rest of you to meet me in Sullen, and do be prepared for a warm reception. Bow. Various nods. Pray join the others in Sullen. I shall turn my thoughts to the Auracite and apprise Thancred and Reen of our progress. Thancred being the most unstable one, it is a little bit unfortunate that he wasn't here for us to explain this. I don't know how Thancred would take that news. I don't know how Reen would take that news. Thancred would probably be like, I must do what I can while I still have time, and Reen would be like, no, Thancred, no, don't take so many risks, you're important. You're basically my dad, no, Thancred. Please. I'm sure there will be some element of that in the empty somewhere. Oh, this actually reminds me something real quick. This will waste a tiny bit of money and a tiny bit of time, but we haven't been directed to go back to Calusia in the story yet. We haven't been to Calusia since we restored, like, we didn't, you don't go to Calusia after you restore Night to it. Like, you don't get directed there specifically right away or anything. You get put back in the Crystarium. And that means we haven't heard Calusia's music. There's a new day theme and a new night theme. This is Calusia at peace. Now that night and proper day is returned and Yulmore is no longer doing evil. But this is a really nice theme too. I remember when I first heard this that I was a little bit sad that I wouldn't be able to hear the Eternal Light Calusia music anymore, because that one is also really good, but I think those two songs are like really good in the sense that they work really well together. Like it's such a difference. And it still feels like such a reward to get new music in Endwalker. I mean, Shadowbringers. Like, this is a bit of motifs that were in the Eternal Light version, but like major scale instead of minor scale. It's more happy sounding. Yeah. I'll say once again that one of the things that Endwalker has against it, to me, in my mind, immediately, without having played it yet, is that they can't do the music change thing again. Because the central concept of Endwalker is not the same sort of thing as they do in Shadowbringers, right? Like, you're not restoring night, so you can't reveal the night theme. I mean, maybe they could do this in some way, but not in the exact same way. And I feel like that's a difficult, like, cool thing to follow up on, because it really has a lot of impact for me. I know. I'm just saying. Oh yeah, here's this part of the music. I am expecting Endwalker to be good. Don't you worry. But this is just, I just want to share my thoughts before getting there as someone who hasn't seen it yet. To a bunch of people who have seen it and are vibrating with increasing speed, listening to me talk about getting to Endwalker eventually. I'm honestly very excited to see the parts of this game I haven't seen before. I mean, that's probably obvious. 5.3 is slightly unfortunately something I sense a mark. I guess I took an elite mark bill at some point. 5.3, slightly unfortunately, I do believe I know the trial that is at the end of that one. I don't have the full context of it though, so there's still a lot for me to learn about that, but I do already know what the trial in that patch is. And the song that goes with it. Which is, by the way, an incredible song. But we'll get there, we'll get there. Wait, was the part with the pipes the same? Who are you? You look nervous. There's something down there, I know it. Oh no. I sort of phased through your face there a little bit, but it's fine. You're lucky to have avoided spoilers for that entirely, though you probably played it closer to when it came out than I'm going to, of course. Yeah. The Exarch said to prepare for a warm reception at the palace. Let's hope it's more cordial than his last visit. He said the palace is on the opposite shore, but I see nothing on the horizon save empty sky. Curious. I was relieved to hear the Exarch intended to arrange for a boat to carry us across the lake. Not that I would be opposed to swimming, mind you. Alphino. Alphino, you are allowed to say that you don't like water. This music indicates to me that something is going to go wrong. As I told you before, I had scarcely set foot upon the palace, or on the palace grounds when I was set upon by our host's familiars. And I expect our reception today to be no different, which is why I propose we march through the main gate, weapons drawn. I'm sorry, but are we not here to petition for assistance? You can't honestly think barging in looking for a fight is going to persuade them. Actually, I believe the Exarch may have the right of it. They have no doubt poured a great deal of time and energy into their creations. Were I them, I should be most interested to meet with those who could overcome my defenses. As would any true seeker of knowledge, and there's little we can say or do to convince them to help us if we know nothing of their character, nor less why they chose to hide themselves from the world. But if we can seize their interest, mayhap we can earn ourselves an audience. Nod, determined. Exarch mimicking the determined emote. And nod and smile. That's very fun. Graha, you dork. Weapons drawn it is, then. Though I must say, Exarch, you certainly seem to be enjoying all of this. Gasp? Questioning head tilt? Do I? Well, I will not deny that I enjoy the thought of fighting alongside you all rather than pacing about inside the Crystal Tower. You both seem to be in rather high spirits if you ask me. Not that I'm surprised. Your moods invariably improve when Sucro is around. What exactly are you implying? She averted a calamity, and the light which seemed destined to consume her has been extinguished. 'Tis only natural that we be pleased to see her. Yes, well, you will have plenty of time to celebrate her good health after we've finished here. Of course. Then let us proceed to the palace. Nod. Nod. Everyone loves Sucro. The Grand Cosmos is now accessible. I hope the Numo also loves Sucro. In the sense that they are willing to help us. I'm forgetting a word, but I'm not saying I hope everyone romantically loves Sucro. Platonically, that's the word I'm looking for. What's everyone up to? Small talk. I can but imagine what manner of beasts keep guard here. No doubt they will afford us scant opportunity to explore the palace. A pity. I think we've done enough talking, don't you? We have a new Mo to impress. How long has it been since we last went on such an expedition? I cannot help but be reminded of the ruins of Scala. 'Tis good to be here with you for a change. Whatever you would have me do, you need but say the word. Yeah, everyone wants to give Sucro a big hug. That's right. Actually, that reminds me. Sucro also wants to give everyone here a hug, and thank you for watching the stream. I appreciate it, and Sucro appreciates it too. So who do we take into this dungeon? Form a party. Graha here can be anything. Chaos, chaos.
Very well. Very well. Very well. Very well. Very well. Very well. Very well.
Very well. Yeah, I think plenty of people interpret Alize and Graha as having crushes on the Warrior of Light. Sucro is not interested in romance, though.
Very well.
I think I will take him as the healer. And then I guess
Victory will be ours.
I guess these two. Alphino will have to just follow from a distance. Yeah, I can like see it with regard to the Exarch or Graha and Alize having a crush on the Warrior of Light to some degree. But Sucro's not interested. I'm sure some of that will, I don't know, maybe more of that will become apparent as time continues, but Sucro will remain disinterested. Gasp. Wizard action, float. The most wizardly way to move. Hell yeah. That flag is for me too. As you can see by my cape, or cloak, or whatever it may be. Also good music here. That's a very good and important flag to me. So I've done this dungeon a number of times because it was in Expert Roulette at a time when I ran Expert Roulette. But I don't know if I remember any of it. Should you value your lives, you will quit this place at once. Now be gone with you. Well, I'd say we're off to a fine start. Perhaps, but how long our good fortune holds remains to be seen. I have done this dungeon as a dancer and machinist, probably. Or at least dancer. From ageless sleep I bid thee rise. I like this, this remix of the Lakeland music that's more like whimsical sounding. Ah, beans. I keep forgetting about Confiteor. Yeah, that's a good moment too. Also, absolute Zant of a person is a really good phrase, thank you. I just noticed that. As long as he doesn't, reveal that he's actually extremely a clown in the middle of a boss fight. I find that to be a little bit unusual about Zant. Zant is a weird villain.
Clown.
And that. Also, yeah, Graha's sarcastic line and then Y'shtola reacting to it normally is pretty funny. Bring unto them a swift demise. Oh yeah, I'll have to pay more attention to Exarch. Oh yeah, they are rhyming. From age's sleep I bid thee rise, bring unto them a swift demise. See, they do seem to take the entire time between encounters to think of the next line. Though I guess if you were doing a normal dungeon poll, you would get both of those pretty quickly, back to back. But we are taking our time. Speaking of taking time, well, there's also a broom. That's not related. Look how they made a mess of my floors. Swish and flick, my lovely. Swish and flick. Wait. Maybe they really are an echo of Matoya. They got the same brooms. I mean, you can't argue with that. One cannot argue with a broom. I call forth blades to run them through. Even if Graha could manage a double pull, I just don't want to rush, like you said. I think Matoya would probably laugh and be like, yeah, that makes sense. And she would either make fun of the choice of this person's living quarters, or wish that she could live in something other than a cave. I think those would be her reactions, in that order. I don't know if Matoya would be like, they should have chosen to live in a cave, or I wish I could live in a mansion instead of a cave. Brave Knights of Eld, tried and true. That's also a rhyme with the previous line. Speaking of time, though, as I was going to say and then forgot, as I do, I recently had the funny joke idea of what if I did an unsynced speedrun of Realm Reborn New Game Plus as a joke or a prank. And then I looked up Final Fantasy XIV speedruns, and people actually do Realm Reborn %, like, but synced with new characters. And the record is like 14 or 15 hours, I think, was one that I saw for a co-op run where one person was tank and one person was healer, I believe. And there might be 14, 15 hour ones for like single person runs. I imagine an unsynced one would take a significantly less amount of time. If you insist on making a mess of my palace, then you leave me no choice. Oh dear, they don't yet seem inclined to talk. Well, it was your idea to brandish blades at the door. I can't read what the brooms are saying fast enough. Hello. Seeker of Solitude. Shadowbringers. Come, my lovelies, there is filth that wants for cleaning. Dark shock. Time to work is what that one said.
This is going to leave a mark.
I forget exactly how you manage this part. I guess you just sort of don't, and that's fine. I forgot to use my mitigation there because I was trying to read the backwards message in the chat.
If I must.
Such pernicious stains you are, no matter.
I'm with you.
Oh, when they hit a dirt pile, that makes a lot of sense. What a mess, what a mess, swish swisharoo. Also, standing in the dirt is dangerous.
Time has come.
Luckily, I don't have to try particularly, like, I don't have to, like, put all of my effort into playing the best I've ever played to succeed. So it's okay for me to be distracted a little bit.
Let's give them a show!
Oh, the brooms also do damage and knock you around on contact. Got it. Oh, insufferable, the lot of you. I will spare you, but only this once. Now leave me be. Wow, Battle Dance Materia 7. Another chance to pique their curiosity, then. Or I doubt they will be quite so affable when next we meet, said the Exarch. Still you press onward, how foolish. Now you must contend with Daisy Gardens from Mario Kart DS. Or whatever that level was. Peach Gardens? Why did I think it was Daisy? That's what this immediately made me think of for some reason. Her Grace's Gardens is beautiful as ever. The path makes a curious pattern, not unlike the magic circle. Who is Her Grace? With wings of dreams I bar thy path.
If and ye click on the Z key on your keyboard, all the plants do the jig. Now go away and leave me be.
Oh yeah, did they mention that? I forgot about that. I need to use more of my food buff that is currently outdated, I think, now. I forgot to use arm's length as well. Well, I mean, in Mario Kart context, it's a garden associated with the character whose name is attached to it. So I think it's Princess Peach's Gardens. And Daisy gets like a cruise liner in Mario Kart GameCube Double Dash instead, for some reason.
This is going to leave a mark.
I think that's the only Daisy level in Mario Kart, is the cruise ship. Warg bracelet. It's not vital that my food be up to date unless I conjure forth the garden's wrath. It's not vital that my food be up to date unless I'm like doing in-game raiding or whatever, but still. It is going to take so much effort to get over the muscle memory of pressing Holy Circle or Holy Spirit instead of Confiteor. But I'm going to need to do that because like Confiteor turns into the combo at level 90.
Away with you!
Hold them fast with thorn and vine. So these are some funky creatures. I think we've seen these, but yeah, like I've got a while now. I've got a bunch of time now to learn to use Confiteor first, and then I just have to keep pressing it once I get to level 90. That'll be a lot easier than pressing a different button by accident, which is the problem that I'm having. So like it'll work. I will overcome this. It just does make me wish that like you were able to keep your moveset when levels synced down to some degree so you could like practice it more and not have to like adjust. But I have no idea how that would be effectively balanced with the way the game is set up. It's probably not set up to like power down later moves in any way that would make things reasonable. You'd have to design the game to do that from the start. To death's embrace, their souls consign. Fates also change your moveset. Oops, I did the wrong thing. I don't actually know what a sundew is. I imagine it's some sort of plant. But yeah, Fates also change your moveset to whatever level you're synced down to. As far as other games go, I mentioned this before, but Guild Wars 2 is a good example. Like, you just get level synced down to whatever area and nothing about what you're doing actually changes. Though Guild Wars 2's movesets also have a lot fewer moves. And also you have access to your entire moveset faster generally. Though, It still has a similar thing, because with the elite specializations, you have to reach the level cap to get those, and you're still allowed to use them in lower level areas. But the whole game is designed to level sync down, which I don't think this one is what I'm saying. Basically, I wish they would do that, but I think that would take an overhaul of a lot of systems and stuff, is my assumption. Leonan Sith, these cretins have sullied the sanctity of your garden. They must be dealt with. They certainly have a gift for creating familiars. If only there were not so many, said Y'shtola. Come then, little ones. Let me show you the delights of my garden. Ah, you must be her grace then, I guess. Guess who forgot to mitigate the tank buster again? I'm doing great today. I don't remember this boss fight at all. Okay, we have to take these out of the glowing squares. That's right. Probably. I remember that part now. I did see someone do that, so, you know, it helps. I'm waiting for Requiescat to, like... Oh, wait, no, I'm not. Apparently, I've already... I was going to wait until my entire rotation was, like, reset so that I could just do it properly, but apparently I'm improvising now. Oh, well. Should have done that earlier. Grow, my children, grow! Show them the glory of your splendor. Okay, so there's the wind. Oh, wait. Exarch, I thought you were gonna grab that one. Oh, wait, you did grab that one. Wait, we did good, actually. I thought we beefed it a little bit, but no, it's fine. Y'shtola, no! Y'shtola.
Don't be so reckless.
Don't say that immediately after running into the same AoE as me. You. Tanks adjust, yeah, exactly. That was absolutely on Y'shtola there.
I'm with you.
I shall bloom again. I don't doubt it. You'll probably be resummoned. I've had my fill of this garden. Let us move on. Work pelt of scouting. Is that a hat? Yeah, it is. Okay. The black mage action would have been to not move at all. The garden is ruined. Ruined! Mark my words, you will pay for this. I summon thee from flesh of stone. A cool dragon to break your bones! I thought I would add the rhyme myself that time. And I wish that was what they said, because that would be silly. Y'shtola would never block in a fighting game because she doesn't hold back. Laughing at myself. Anyway. With wings of dreams to grind their... Hey, they actually did go with bones for the rhyme. I called it. Ah, I forgot how to play the video game for a second, again. Don't know why I'm having such a difficulty with rotation today. Perhaps I should do warm-ups. I would do a warm-up if my neighbor hadn't removed their entire lawn. Just kidding, it's that I can go elsewhere. It's just funny to think about how that happened all the time. This is why Sukro needs her own house. So that she can have a yard. So that she can put a training dummy in it. I have unlocked Stone Sea Sky. But I prefer having a training dummy because I just want to practice pressing the buttons in the right order and not like depleting a health bar fast enough. Why do you persist? What will you not? Why will you not leave me be? I can but wonder how lonely they must be. Be welcome, madam. We've got all sorts of ghosts having a feast. Perhaps this mansion was inhabited by others before. Knights immortal, heed my call. Look at this cool horse upon my wall. Seize the intruders who besmirch thy hall. Sir Mothbird. And also a bunch of others. I like my rhyme better. Grim, Interin, Mothbird, and Javeth. Yeah. Trying to get a good look at any of these people to see if they resemble anyone we know. They kind of do, but I think that's just entirely coincidental. Like Sir Javeth here looks kind of like Atuarel, and by King's judgment see them fall. Oh, speaking of the cool horse. Oh, the horse is actually not in the painting now because the horse emerged from the painting. We've got a Phantom Ganon type situation. Benebert, Hammond, and Tothuil.
This is going to leave a mark.
This might be like one of the first horses we've seen. No, I think we've seen regular horses in the steppe, actually. I wonder if any of those people resembled the Heaven's Ward. That'd be a neat Easter egg. That'd be really difficult to notice. Ballroom time. I see you cannot be dissuaded from your misguided path. A pity. What did you say this room was called, video game? The Chamber of Courtly Love. Okay. I guess that makes sense because it's... everyone is dancing in the court and whatnot. You have sullied these halls long enough. Come, Lugus, our guests yet want for company. I think it'd be funny if they focused on the piano for absolutely no reason in that cutscene. Insatiable flame, Lugus. Even the living flame gets a reflection, I freaking guess. I forgot exactly what this boss was. Walk into a piece of furniture when there's a mortal flame debuff. Okay. I think I can probably figure out mechanics and stuff like that, because I do believe we now have not only their curiosity, but their attention as well. Then we'd best not waste it. I think I should be able to figure out mechanics because I'll be able to observe the NPCs doing it and maybe learn from context. So don't worry too much about, I would say, like, explain things if I ask about them. Go, Lugus, turn them to ash. I care not how. I didn't notice your attack name there. Scorching left. In the extreme version of this dungeon, Lugus has scorching aft, and you have to figure out what that means, and everything else is exactly the same. Citation needed. There's not an extreme version of this dungeon. There's not an extreme version of any dungeon, in fact. Mortal flame. Yes, set them alight with your undying flames. Burn bright until they are naught but cinders. Okay, so yeah, the NPCs do run over to the furniture. The Exarch, I think, still took damage because he tried to go to the piano. Fire's domain. Oh, I see. One of these, eh? Messing up my rotation a bit.
This is going to leave a mark.
Okay, I guess the chandeliers are more furniture added. One thing about this game, and I guess not specifically Paladin, but probably a lot of jobs, is that if you mess up your rotation, you can't really get it back on track without wasting a lot of time and resources. At least for some classes. For like Dancer, that's not so much of a problem. Well, it might be. There's still a bunch of stuff they have to do at reasonable times and whatnot, and make stuff line up. Warrior and Dark Knight don't. Well, unfortunately, for my hands and my brain, I cannot play either of those. Brains and hands, respectively. I did actually give Warrior another try again, but I couldn't get over the parts that bothered me. And I thought about I tried Gunbreaker again and immediately was like, yeah, this is probably too many buttons. And then Dark Knight is a similar button amount Dark Knight's also a lot of buttons, is all I mean. Boop. Also, I do like Paladin. I just, every time I mess up, it feels so punishing, I guess. Joy, by the way. the emote. It's been a while since we saw the joy emote at the end of a dungeon, now that I think about it. Like a really while. Now they have little choice but to hear our plea. Perhaps now we have afforded ourselves an audience. Phew, I'm glad for that to be over and done with. We'd best leave the negotiations up to... what did you say, Alize? Alize. Someone and the Exarch. Probably Y'shtola. I think it'd be funny if you had a line of dialogue for approaching you. I know it doesn't have actual serious consequences outside of like savage raids or whatever, but I still want to do as best as I can. That's all. Applause off camera because
that was my fiercest familiar. Oh, impressive.
I like the applause happening while the wizard was off camera because there's no animation for the wizard applauding. Like, people would probably point that out as like, oh, they're lazy, but no, I think it's funny a little bit and also clever and like a good use of resources. I just like pointing stuff like that out, not to make fun of it, but just because it's neat, actually. Anyway. Poof. You just emit clapping. You cast clap, and it makes clapping sounds, and that's all it does. It's like a sound effects badge. Well, nod.
Becklug, 'tis good to see you again after all these years.
Becklug.
And judging by your vigorous greeting, I dare say the feeling is mutual. To be sure, a simple shake of the hand would have sufficed by way of welcome, but I shan't complain.
This new Mo has a unique robe color. Not exactly a model, but still.
But you must be wondering as to the purpose of our visit. We come to beg your assistance in a most urgent matter.
He's using the funny word trick.
Sake? Beg?
Our comrades' very souls are in danger. If we are to save them, we will need the benefit of your unsurpassed knowledge on the matter. Please, will you not sit and hear our plea?
Oh, how dare you! How dare you speak thus in my presence!
I forgot about Becklug's voice being this.
It was to escape such words of temptation that I hid myself from the world of men.
Becklug is good, for the record. It's just not a voice I expected. This is very cartoon character sort of voice, is all.
You
are
sinners, one and all. And I swore never again to have any part in your affairs.
You know,
I can only imagine what terrible events forced you into a life of seclusion.
Yeah.
But I know that the new Mo are a good and noble folk. It is not in your nature to turn a blind eye to the plight of those around you. And in treating with us, I am certain whatever mistrust you feel for man will begin to heal.
Alphino? Tsukuro looked back at Alphino like, come on, man, for a second there. Too many words?
If you will not be satisfied, I suppose I could listen. After all, there's no harm in just... No, I mustn't. Not again. That damned court mage seemed to have the best of intentions too, and countless innocents died for my naivety.
I think we probably know that court mage. I forget the name, but we did see a court mage be evil. I forgot the name of the court mage. I'm sorry.
Oh, you know not what you ask of me. What horrors my knowledge has wrought.
If I get a dialogue choice that alludes to me knowing this stuff right here, that would be the coolest thing. But I don't think I will. Or maybe I do! Hell yes! This probably isn't here if you don't do the tank roll quests, right? Refuse all you want. We won't lie down and accept defeat. We would never... you can do the dog thing too. We'd never misuse it. Or you mean the magical plague of Verbert? I'm so glad this is here. I'm so glad I get to be like, I learned about this. I love that.
You know of the plague? Then you know how dangerous soulcraft can be. Instead of saving your friends, you risk damning them. Are you sure you're willing to take that chance?
If we don't take the chance, it's sort of a damned if you do, damned if you don't situation. Pretty literally, if you're using that word. We have to try.
Oh. No.
Wish I remembered the name of the evil court mage, though. It's not important. Generic evil Waluigi mustache man is a good description,
Very
too.
well.
Also, a Winnie the Pooh character is an accurate description of this cartoon character voice, I think. Not to mention the resemblance to Eeyore that all Numo have. All Numo in this game, anyway.
I will hear your petition, but that is all. And I expect fitting payment for my troubles.
Ah, Tadric. Okay. Nod.
Commensurate with your contribution to our cause. No more and no less, I promise you. With that settled, might I impose upon you to join us at the Crystarium? I'm afraid the nature of my friend's predicament calls for absolute secrecy.
Is this not secret enough? We seem to be pretty isolated out here, but okay, sure. There you are. The others have gone ahead to the Crystal Tower with Becklug. For the record, I truly wish we hadn't had to resort to using such words when treating with them. I have ever sought to convince, not compel, yet I cannot deny that a part of me is glad Urianger shared his knowledge of the new Mo with us. Had he not, Becklug wouldn't be here. Speaking of whom, we should hurry. To keep our guest waiting would only add insult to injury. You may now enter the Grand Cosmos in the Trust feature. Hooray! We mustn't dally here any longer, Sucro. If Becklug is to hear the truth of our travails in the first, I was doing an accent there, I think, without even thinking about it. You of all people should be present. Sometimes I just do that. I don't know why I got on my motorcycle, but it's fine. Something unusual is happening in front of me. I choose to ignore it. Those two people are probably having fun, though. Oh yeah, by the way, there's like a lot of random side quests and stuff around here. The Aspiring Skywatcher. I don't know what that's about. In the middle of nowhere, I would guess that's Eden. That's probably the Empty. By the time you hear this, I would guess that is the Twinning? Minstrel from Another Mother. That's Extremes and whatnot. Okay, those are actually the only 3 unlockable things right now. I do plan to... I don't show most of the optional dungeons, but I think at this point... Or I haven't shown most of the optional dungeons. But I think at this point I might start doing that, because a lot of them will be dungeons I have never seen, and also the Twinning is very cool. The Twinning is like the only optional dungeon post Shadowbringers that I've done that I can remember. So, there's a bunch that I don't know if there are any. Various things are being explained. We tried hiding from an Ascian in the Ocular once, and it didn't work out too well. I think that happened. Actually, no, that was Ranjit. That's different. We tried hiding in the Ocular once, and it didn't work well. Ascian or no.
Sorry? You mean to tell me not only that the return of night was your doing,
I did that.
but you hail from another world as well?
I do.
Everything we told you, of the source, the shards, the 7 umbral calamities, all of it is true. I realize how fantastical it sounds, and I would not blame you for doubting our testimony. But given your expertise, you must surely have noted the peculiar nature of their souls.
Oh, okay, yeah, I did actually do Academia and either. My mistake. Was the twinning present in 5.0 and then Academia Aniter was added in 5.1? That would be my guess as to how I've done both of those. Or they were both in 5.1, but I'm not sure. Okay, so they cut down on optional dungeon content at some point. Got it. Yeah, Academia Aniter, from what I remember, there is a really cool detail in there, and it's that the boss is a Guardian Force from Final Fantasy VIII. Quetzalcoatl, is that the one? And I think that's neat, but I don't know if that's worth showing the whole dungeon for. It is understandable that they stopped making optional dungeons, though. Like, they have a lot of stuff to use resources on. Anyway, Soul's weird.
Any other time and I would have dismissed your stories as balderdash and flummery. But upon closer inspection, 'tis plain their souls are far denser than is normal, and that they do not possess true bodies.
Beck Lug's voice almost sounds like Matoya's voice pitched up in some ways, too. Thinking about Beck Lug as a reflection of Matoya, potentially. I think that's like reaching a little bit to say that, but it kind of does. It reminds me of it anyway. That's fun. I like noticing stuff like that.
Save you. Your body is your own.
Like, the way that they speak is a little bit similar, too.
And your soul is the densest of them all.
Oh, is it? Is that good? Oh, wait, yeah, I actually know why that is, I think. I think that's good, actually.
As I said before, were it not for their heroism, the skies over Norvrant would still be awash with light, the realm yet at the mercy of Vorthri and the Sin Eaters. After all they have done for our home, seeing them safely back to their own, it seems the very least we can do.
They should let you play as a Numo. This is my opinion.
Your tale is intriguing. Yes, very intriguing indeed. Simply to hear it is fitting payment in itself. As for your friends, I can but agree. Their valorous deeds on behalf of Norvrant are deserving of recognition, of their own fitting payment.
You will help us then?
I will. I would see my knowledge put to good use for a change.
Yay.
I do have one condition, however. I am not the spry young Numo I once was. As such, I will require assistance in my fieldwork and testing.
That seems understandable.
It would be our pleasure. We'll be laboring for our own benefit after all.
They've got to add the female Hrothgar, like, for 7.0. Given that they added male Viera for 6.0, that would make sense. I'm under the impression that they probably won't be adding other races, like, as a high priority thing after female Hrothgar, though. But anyway. Yeah, ally recruited. Also, the problem with them adding any other sort of playable option is I have to be Sucro forever, because Sucro is very important. See? She has to face the camera when saying hello. Becklug has a fine eye. Though we've yet to begin, I rather think the Exarch was right to call on them. I sometimes forget we're not truly here in the first. It will be good to be whole again. Did you happen to notice the magic brooms strewn about the Grand Cosmos? Uncanny. Fortunately for us, Becklug is of a mind to see you and your fellow scions justly compensated for your efforts. I'm going to be pronouncing this name wrong every single time because I expect it to be Becklug. I don't know why. You have spun quite a tale, but tell me, have you given any thought as to how you might return to your world? Nod. Explain. White Auracite, you say? An intriguing proposition, but one which fails to account for the present state of your souls. They have become highly charged, likely as a consequence of having maintained tangible forms for so long. In such an energetic, unstable state, there is no telling what may happen to their souls within the Auracite. They could very well become immutable to transference, never to be restored to their bodies. The Beckaluker. God. I want to see playable Numo so that we can have that exact pun. Then, would it be possible to force our souls into a state of dormancy prior to transference? In theory, yes, but the soul is not a candle to be snuffed out and relit on a whim. Well, that sounds ominous. What exactly would rendering our souls dormant entail? In order to maintain a corporeal form, your souls constantly draw ether from your surroundings. This process must be halted and the resulting surfeit of ether removed. Your minds would ultimately be separated from these faux bodies of yours, rendering you incapable of interacting with the world around you. A cruel fate under normal circumstances, but one which will be rectified upon your return home.
Hey, that's just what happened to Ardbert. I see what you're doing.
Leaving lifeless husks, like those poor souls at the inn at Journey's Head, corrupted by the Sin Eaters, their ether made stagnant by the light. Okay, maybe it's not exactly what happened to Ardbert. Corrupted, stagnant. Might I see these unfortunate individuals? Why? Do you think you might be able to help them? I might, or I might not, but I shan't know for sure until I've seen their condition firsthand. Then I would be glad to take you to them, on the understanding that you won't do anything which might increase their suffering. It was my faith in man I lost, not my compassion. Well, I see no need for all of us to accompany you. While you escort our guest to the inn, I will assist Urianger in creating the requisite Auracite. I believe my talents would be better applied to that endeavor as well. Might I leave the three of you to access Becklug as necessary? Nod. Let us make for Amarang, then. Nod, nod, nod. Multiple nods. Everyone is nodding. Urianger is more than capable of creating an R-site on his own, but if aught should go awry, I would be on hand to assist him. It pains me that there are those who yet suffer despite our victory over the light. We must hope a way can be found to help both them and our friends. We haven't been back here in a while, either. Mumble. Oh, Halrek is saying something. Mumbling, but saying something. Ah. The light is gone. I feel peaceful. I'm fine. I'm fine. I can only pray that the night has returned for good this time, though how long it will last is anyone's guess. That's right, they have no proof that it'll stay. Having broken Light's stranglehold on the first, I would like to believe they will one day recover, yet I fear that day may not come soon. Beklug told me they wish to meet with the worst afflicted. Halrek. There are times when I swear there's something he wants to tell me, if only he could form the words. So this is Halrek, is it? Yes, his etheric balance leans perilously toward the light. Towards stasis. What do you suppose will happen to him? Not too bright, are you, boy? The same as all poor souls corrupted by the light, he will become a sin-eater. You don't know that. We've defeated the wardens and banished the light from the night sky. Halrek was completely unresponsive before, but now... Mumble. Then perhaps there is yet hope. If I may, there is a treatment I wish to administer to the patients. What sort of treatment? In the course of my studies of the soul, I once created a tonic which could temporarily stimulate the ether in one's body. After some refinement, it came to be used by the Knights of Verbert. Then, for far darker purposes. Lest it fall into the wrong hands, I swore never again to make it, but for their sakes I will break that oath. It's not like to reverse the stagnation, mind you, but it should offer some measure of relief. Nod. Come, let us see what effect my tonic will have on their ether, if any. Soul Tonic. This potent tonic invented by Beklug during the time of Verbert is said to revitalize the soul both figuratively and literally. Todden stares blankly at you. It would seem the tonic has had no effect. Huh? What is this warmth I feel in my chest? Strange, is it me or is it suddenly warmer? It feels rather nice. I feel warm, and my legs, they don't feel as heavy. I'll fancy that. My hands don't feel quite so stiff. Thank you, miss. Also, I forgot to, de-summon Boaster. Leave this one to me, Sucro. Please let this work. So it seems to work on those who aren't as badly affected, maybe, to help them. Now then, have you noted any change in the patients? A notable rise in body temperature and increased motor function, in most of the patients at least. The more severely afflicted show no response. Nod. As I feared then. 'Tis true that with the restoration of night, the corrupting influence of light will no longer grow, and yes, their bodies will naturally return to equilibrium given time. But this holds true only for their corporeal ether. Their incorporeal ether, that of the soul, is not so easily mended. Which is why those in the later stages of corruption, like Halric, appear unaffected by your tonic. Precisely. The boy's soul is too far gone, his mind held together by the finest of threads. There is a chance he may one day recover, of course, but it could take years, decades even. By the gods, he could wake to find himself an old man. Fine reward for his persistence, the opportunity to mourn the life he never had a chance to live. No, there must be something we can do. I realize this is not why we petitioned your aid, but do you think it possible we can find a way to hasten their recovery? Maybe. Nor do I think it impossible that in treating them we might learn something of relevance to your own predicament. Did they just say what I think they said? Might there really be a way to help Halric and the others and help ourselves in the process? Corporeal and incorporeal ether. I confess I've never had cause to make the distinction. I suspect the Crystal Exarch has told you of my past, that I was once a mage of the Royal Court of Verbert, and that soulcraft was my field of study. The tonic you administered to the patients here is one of the fruits of my labors. I hope to do great things for the kingdom. But in the end, my knowledge brought only suffering, a plague like the like of which none had ever seen. In the hands of unscrupulous men, what should have been my greatest triumph instead became my greatest shame. You mustn't dwell in the past, and now you have the chance to redeem yourself, or at least the Warriors of Light brought those responsible to justice. That is also related to having done the tank questline, I think. Aye, that they did. I shudder to think what might have happened had they not. But let us return to the task at hand, finding a means by which we might revitalize these people's incorporeal ether. Do you think it can be done? Were the skies still ablaze with primordial light, I would call it an exercise in futility. But now we may have a chance. The method I have in mind will entail the conjuring of a familiar. They are able to amplify the energies poured into them, making them the perfect conduit for the ether revitalizing magics we will ultimately employ. If you're about to launch into a lengthy explanation of the metaphysics of your plan, don't bother. I'd rather get on with doing whatever it is that needs to be done if it's all the same to you. Whatever reagents must be procured or spells invoked, I'll do it. Nod, nod. I admire your spirit. Very well, your first task will be to gather the necessary materials. The purest of waters and finest of clays, as well as a fey lantern brimming with pixie magic. If you're convinced the resulting familiar could help the patients, fine. We've had to gather similar materials before, actually. Alphino, the water and clay will be simple enough, but I think you know what we'll have to do to get the lantern. You don't mean... The pixies took quite a liking to us before. If we humor them with our company, I'm sure they'll be willing to help us. Fine. We'll pay a visit to Ilmeg. Though I never thought you would be the one to suggest going back there. I'm impressed you've been there at all, let alone befriended the Fey folk. Oh, while you're about it, seek out the new Mo of Plaeni. They will be able to supply you with water suitable to for our needs. Right, let's get this over with, shall we? There still remains the matter of the clay. Might it prevail upon you to find it? Nod. Clay from Amareng would likely be best. Know you of anyone who might be able to assist us? The miners at Twine or the scavengers at Mordsuk? The miners are likely to have clay, I would say. Ah, yes, they will be able to point you in the right direction, I'm sure. While you and the twins are occupied, I will see if there's aught else I can learn of the stagnation which afflicts the people here. I have no doubt that the miners of Twine can help you find what we need. While you are away, I will do what I can to learn more about the nature of the patient's affliction. Maybe this would be a good time to be right back, because I haven't taken a break yet, and that's important. Hello. I have returned. And I suppose it is time to talk to the people here to see if they can help obtain clay. I would guess, probably. Sometimes I wish we'd never got that trolley running again. Now Jarek wants more of the bloody things and refuses to shut up about it. I can't stop thinking about that giant Talos we built. Can you imagine what it could do with a matching trolley? It feels like a waste not to build one. Jarek, please. Sucro, well, what a coincidence. You've come at a good time. We've just this moment finished repairing the Talos and trolley you lot took to Nabatharang. The trolley was no trouble, but the Talos would have been another matter had we not had a visit from Master Chai. He offered us a share of the leftover building materials from Daedalus Stoneworks, as well as a few trade secrets to help us along. Clever man, that Chai Nuz. He seemed pretty keen on the ideas I had for putting the giant Talos to work. Like a giant trolley, but Magnus still refuses to see all the good we could do with it. You're entitled to your dreams, Jarek, but that doesn't mean you can go harassing our guests with them. Master Chai was just being polite. And something tells me Sucro didn't come all this way to talk about trolleys. What is it you need, friend? Jarek tilting, doing the questioning head tilt, unable to comprehend that someone would not want to talk about trolleys. I see, and this familiar requires clay from Amarang. Well, look no further. If anyone can find you some quality clay, it's us. Saying that, it isn't exactly a commodity nowadays, but there must be some lurking somewhere or other waiting to be dug up. If I'm not mistaken, there was a time when they used to take clay from Mount Biran mines to make adobe bricks. The place is swarming with coyotes now, but if you're after the good stuff, you could do worse than to look there. Nod. And that is over here. Okay. There's a fate happening. But that's fine. How does Sucro know what pristine clay means? Wait. Why did I get aggroed? Oh, you're level 80. I guess that's why. Always activating the motorcycle with the idea that I'll have to go somewhere without teleporting, and then remembering that I can teleport. The pixies were constantly confusing me with Alize, in jest, I assume. I mean, it's not as if we look that much alike. We, don't look that much alike, do we? That had better be the only thing we need from the pixies, if I have to endure one more prank, so help me gods. The twins have returned, and in one piece at that. I was convinced the pixies would turn at least one of them into a garden ornament, but no. You have the clay, I take it. It seems like they didn't have a great time over there. A finely grained soil material found in Amarang. Wonderful. We need but combine the clay and the water, then heat the mixture with the Fey Lantern. After that, it will be a simple matter of settling upon a suitable form and performing the necessary incantation. Becklug, I have a question. In the event that we had need of this spell and you weren't around, would it be possible for another to perform the incantation? Assuming they possessed the requisite skill, yes. Halric and the others have suffered so much, and I swore to do everything in my power to save them. If there's a chance this spell could do that, I would be the one to invoke it. Mayhap you should be the one to do so. A deep understanding of the subject's physical state, combined with the strong desire to help them, can drastically increase the magic's effect. And you are plainly more familiar with these people than I. I dare say there are few in all of Norvrent more dedicated to finding a cure. Is that not so, Sucro? Absolutely, she's the best woman for the job. We're very few, but if aught should go awry, I'll see what I can do. Absolutely. I'll give it my all, for Halric, for Tesleen. Then we are all of a mind on the matter. Alize shall be the one to conjure the familiar. Alize determined emote happened also.
Let us begin. I trust you've prepared the clay?
Nod. Maybe one day I'll stop saying every nod. Clay!
Very good. Now, I would have you sculpt for me a porksy. Plump, with floppy ears and a short curly tail.
Classic familiar. Nod.
A porksy. I think I know what you mean. There we are. How's that?
That's... What am I looking at here? Oh, right.
Well, it is certainly creative. There's no denying that.
Sucro's face.
Yes, I'm no artist. Very funny.
Alpha, no, you're about to get killed. Sucro looks very concerned.
Pay him no mind, child. Though it may look like a grotesque parody of reality, it is what the invoker believes that matters.
You can't just say that. You have to, like, be nice about it a little bit.
You're not helping.
But I speak the truth. If successful, this incantation will turn imagination into reality. Which is why the only thing of import is what you believe this figure embodies. You must focus. Hold the Porksy's image steady in your mind's eye.
Why is there no furniture item of this art piece?
Now then, as I taught you, relax and allow your energies to flow.
Unless there is, in which case, good. But if not, again, why not? Alvino, try not to laugh. It'll disrupt her concentration.
With flesh of clay I bid thee rise, on wings of dreams to touch the skies. What once was idle fantasy, I call forth to reality.
Porksy, you did it.
Not bad for a first attempt.
Everyone nodding.
Now, let us see what can be done for young Halric.
Nod.
Through the operation of the magics you invoked to animate this familiar, it is now replete with the energies required to stir the boy's soul. You need but give it a name, and it will do as your heart desires.
It's time for Alize to name a Porksy.
A name. All right, I've decided. Now.
Pay respects.
Go, Angelo!
Angelo. She's saying that like she's sending out a Pokemon. Angelo's a good name for a Porksy, though. That's an improvement. That's good. That's good. Immediate feelings, emotions.
Mother...
Oh no. Oh no. That was something, right? If only for a brief moment. Maybe that's the start of more improvement? Yeah. That's... The girl's resolve is quite impressive. One might almost think she drew strength from another. Oh. By the 12th, though it was only for a moment he spoke. There may yet be hope for these people. Why can't I interact with Angelo? How is he, Beck-Luke? Did it work? I believe it did. You and your fledgling familiar have done well. If my eyes do not deceive, a hint of color has returned to his soul. Gods, I would jump for joy if I weren't so exhausted. We're so close now, Halric. As you are even now in the process of discovering them, this magic asks much of the invoker. What you may not have realized is that the same is also true of the subject. As such, we must proceed with caution. However, with further treatment, I have the utmost confidence the boy will make a full recovery. Observing the reanimation of his stagnant soul has been most enlightening. I will need time to put my theories to the proof. Excuse me. To put my theories to the proof, but I believe I can fashion a spell to induce the opposite effect, that is, to induce stagnation, thus enabling our safe transport back to the source via Arasite. A thought occurred to me about this treatment. Beck-Luke said that when the soul is rendered dormant, the mind is separated from the body, that a person becomes incapable of interacting with the world around them. Does that not sound a lot like some of the tempered back in the source? I was just thinking Alize was going to want to try this on Gabu. Not really. It is the fate of most tempered to become slaves to primals, save in a handful of cases. Or am I missing something? Nod. If I can master this technique, the art of revitalizing the soul, I know of at least one in the source who could desperately use such treatment. Gabu. The italics even. Yeah. Gabu. I remember. Exactly. His condition is uncannily similar to Halric's, is it not? The only difference being that his soul was suffused with earth-aspected ether instead of light. It follows that if his soul is subject to a similar kind of stagnation, there might be a chance we can save him. Right? Forgive me, but who is this Gabu fellow of whom you speak? Well, of course we're not done crying. There's going to be a lot of crying. Hence why the BRB image is still appropriate. I don't know how often the left part of the image has happened, but the right part, that part's happening often. Explaining. I see. His condition does sound similar, yet there's much and more about his soul that remains unknown even to me. I say this not to discourage you, you understand, but to remind you that this is delicate work we do here. Work requiring patience. Of course, and as long as there is hope for the patients here, I will devote whatever time is needed to see this through. Oh, did you? That's... I forgot when you started watching. That's kind of funny, yeah. But I refuse to spend that time in idleness. If it's all the same to you, I'd like to stay here with Angelo and continue with their treatment. The two of you should return to the Crystarium with Becklug and see if you can't make some headway with their newly posited theories. I would tell you to rest first, but I see you're not to be convinced. Ah, the fire of youth. Let us return to the Crystarium, then. Finally, I found you! Oh, hey, Kaishir, what's up? Kaishir, what are you doing all the way out here? There's trouble back in Yulmore. Lady Tri's beside herself, sighing, pacing the whole lot. Near enough begged me to go find you. To go and find you. Sighing and pacing, you say? It must be urgent. I take it I will be returning to the Crystarium alone. Go on, then. It's not as if I have anything for you to do. Thank you, Becklug. And yeah, Alize showing the ability to be patient is impressive. Sorry for bothering you and all that, but she says the future of Yulmore is at stake. Though Alize was honestly a lot more like reasonable and patient than she ever gave herself credit for a lot of the time. The future of Yulmore is at stake, is it? Well, do for them what you can, but keep an eye on Alphino, wouldn't you? See to it that he doesn't involve himself more than is necessary. I made her sound a little bit more disdainful in how I read that line, accidentally, unintentionally. Whatever could be so urgent for Lady Chai to summon us thus? Lady Chai's up in the parlor. Best not keep her waiting, eh? Nod. Nod. Oh, really? Huh. Oh, interesting. Oh, I also, that does remind me, I mentioned it earlier, but it might be worth going and playing the Summoner quest at some point for more, like, lore details about primals and whatnot, though I don't know if there's anything we don't know at this point. There might be some other information in there. And yeah, that is true. The people, the drowned, after being that way for long enough, are significantly changed. I just remember, I somehow forgot that I'd set this as my title until just now. By the way, this is the Yulmore night theme, and this is Yulmore at night, which we hadn't seen yet. It was the folks over at the Crystarium that told me you'd be down at Journey's Head, and lucky for me, you still were, running round after people's tiring work. We can probably talk to everyone here. Several parlor employees have decided to leave the city, but others haven't, and thank goodness for that. I do like to work, but the idea of running the place by myself is a bit much. Actually, before 5.1, the Chais were sitting here with Alphino, and Alphino had finished a portrait of Dulia Chai, and you could look at it. And I forgot to show that, and they're not here anymore. So there's like a lot of stuff after 5.0 that I probably could have gone around and talked to people about. I thought about what I can do for the less fortunate, and I've begun to try to make my dishes with as little waste in the preparation as possible. It's a small thing, but it'll mean more to go around. One lady from the coil that became draconic from Bahamut. That's something. Sin Eatering isn't as unique as it first seemed. Maybe. I think there are some optional Realm Reborn dungeons that might be weird and bad. I'm not sure. I could run through Sastasha hard mode real quick, unsynced, if I wanted to. Demons are from a people from a world suffused with darkness. Mayhap this holds true for other elements. Maybe. I don't see why not. Save your pretty words about charity and nobility or whatever nonsense you're on about this time. I'm not interested. This guy's a jerk. There are jerks still. Have you noticed how fast the stars move? And no one ever mentioned how they spin. I think you may have had too many drinks, actually. The nighttime music is so good in Shadowbringers. Probably. I just thought it would be neat if I could show that. Well, not here seems out of the ordinary, though I do not see Lady Chai anywhere. Probably pacing around outside again, staring off into the distance and all that, sighing. Strange. Let's see if we can find her and discover the source of her distress. Ramu's sylphs are purple, but I don't know if that has anything to do with the lightning. That is the color of lightning. But I don't know if that has anything to do with it. Would it be, do you all think it'd be worth, like, doing Sastasha hard mode real quick? Because I definitely have that option. Since it's been brought up, and it seems, like, interesting to look at it. So, like, what are we talking about here? Just, like, the way the people here have changed due to prolonged influence? It's pretty pronounced with some of them, for sure. Actually, in fact, this drowned powder monkey here is moving in basically the same way as the people brainwashed by Valkyrie were, I guess. Also, they've got like squid faces, or not squid. They've got underwater type creature face. Oh, there's dialogue in the unlock quest after finishing the dungeon. I don't think that'll be in the unending journey. So okay, there might not be that much interesting actually in the dungeon, is what we're saying. We can briefly look at these enemies and get a good idea of the fact that people change with other elements. They've got like, they're all like, you know, ocean. There is a funny pirate boss. It wouldn't take me long to go through this whole thing, so I guess I could. Yeah, then they just had too many primals. Also, Carl is here. Hello, Carl. Carl of Final Fantasy V. If you don't do enough damage to Carl, that is a boss that can ruin trying to unsync this due to having Tailscrew bring you to 1 HP. So that's kind of funny, I guess. You ever just drop a bunch of, like, heavenly swords of power on a crab? Or 4? I don't do that very often. Yeah, Sucro is powerful enough at this point that a level 50 dungeon does not pose any problems, probably. There might be like one that does. There's at least one other boss I can think of that can instant kill you. Oh yeah, there's also snake ladies. I guess that could be Leviathan's doing. The most obvious example of transformation with regard to being under Leviathan's influence is Captain Madison over here, who is blaming us for being an abomination. I accidentally bowed instead of attacking. And he just leaves, as he do. Yeah, it's extremely Pirates of the Caribbean. I was about to mention that earlier, but then I just said, you know, ocean instead for some reason. That is very considerate of them, now that you mention it. In the name of Lord Leviathan, kill them and make them dead. This is the funny part where there's 1,000 weak enemies. This is the other funny part where in a cutscene that's about to be skipped, the captain gets obliterated by a kraken. There's like, this is a weird fight. There's like maybe a weird safe spot you can get to. But also it doesn't matter. Wow, I got a faded copy of Riptide. I'm so lucky. I'm gonna throw it in the ocean. Blood Spiller with hitting a lot of enemies makes a very fun sound effect. No, I get it. I like hearing the sound effect of hitting a lot of enemies in general. I hardly have words to express how beautiful the stars look reflected in the sea. Had I known, I would have been a bit more encouraging of efforts to reclaim the night. What's going on over here? Something, I don't know. Hey Dulia Chai, what's up? What problems are you having? How can I help?
Oh, thank heavens you're here.
Now.
Lady Chai, whatever is the matter?
I knew not where else to turn. Oh, this is all too much for my poor heart to bear alone.
What is it?
Alone? What of Master Chai?
That is the very reason I summoned you. He's gone.
What? What happened?
What? Why is he gone?
It all began after the events at Mount Gulg. With Lord Vorthri out of the way, we all agreed that a new leader must be chosen.
Oh, I think I remember where this is going.
And so you held an election?
well, sort of. Not a single person volunteered to stand, you see. After a lifetime of leisure, we free citizens have grown somewhat indolent. Readapting to the harsh realities of life is trying enough, but to take charge of a broken city as well? No one wanted such responsibility. Nevertheless, Yulmore could not well do without a leader, and so we decided that anyone and everyone should be considered a candidate. And after we cast our ballots and tallied the votes, the mayorship fell upon my dear husband.
Well, given the manner in which he orchestrated the construction of the giant Talos, none could deny his leadership qualities.
But even before then, he had proven himself at Daedalus Stoneworks, don't forget. He is more than qualified for the role. The perfect choice. Indeed. I told him as much when his victory was first announced. But perhaps I was too forceful in my attempt to encourage him. For shortly after that, he vanished without a word.
You believe he was so daunted by the burden of leadership that he felt compelled to flee? Please, Lady Chai, dry your eyes. Your husband does not strike me as the sort of man who would abandon his duty, much less his beloved wife. There has to be some other reason for his absence.
You truly think so?
Nod.
What about you? What do you think has become of my husband?
I don't know, but whatever it is, he won't have fled. Or sorry, but I think he's fled. Whatever it is, he didn't run away. Let's be kind and not rude. Nod.
And there you have it, Lady Chai. You needn't worry. Master Chai loves you more than all the world, and he will return.
Nod.
Wherever he may have gone, rest assured we will find him.
Smile. Hooray.
Thank you, my dear boy. You have set my mind at ease. I will trust in my husband and await his return.
I forgot about this plot point, but once they started saying he was missing, I remembered why. I think. You know, Yulmore is nothing like I thought it'd be, but somehow I can't picture going anywhere else. The Chais are part of it, I suppose. They've been good to me. I only wish there was something more I could do to help them. It makes no sense for Master Chai to have left without a word, but even if he had, he would not have done so unobserved. Someone here will have seen something, I'm sure of it. We should split up and inquire as to whether anyone saw him leave, or, failing that, if they have any idea where he might have gone. I will meet you at the Glory Gate to compare notes later on. Nod, nod. Master Chai? Why, yes, I spoke with him recently, though I recall he was in a rather dour mood. Concerned about Yulmore's neglect of industry, you see. With Lord Vothary's apparently inexhaustible stores of mail and no great need for money, it's little wonder our businesses were all but forgotten under his rule. But I assured Master Chai that the Boutique of Splendors will do all it can to contribute to the revival of trade here in Yulmore, which seemed to satisfy him. He took his leave soon after. We've learned about business. Actually, I think I do remember more of where this is going now, I think. Wait, what's this? Oh, that's Academia Niter. Neat. It's literally just called that. That's very convenient, quest name, thank you. I think rather than running away, Chai-Nuz has immediately launched into his duties full steam ahead and is trying to collect as much information and so he can plan as much as he can. And he forgot to tell his wife, probably. Hi, I recall a man fit in that description, asked to speak with the poor buggers lately come from right. Said he wanted to know the state of things down in the derelicts. And you can be sure we gave him an earful. Lack of food, medicine, clothing, there was plenty to tell. We hunt high and low for whatever we can scavenge, and it's barely enough to fill our bellies. But folk here don't just want to survive, they want to thrive. When he heard that, he started mumbling to himself something about finding us work, I think. Fair play to him, though. Not content with having his ear chewed about derelicts, he asked about the other settlements and all. After that, I can't really say. Looked like he was headed for Gatetown when I last saw him. The poor living conditions are now knowledge that we have. Well, we kind of knew about that already, but, you know, still. Yeah, exactly. Guess I'm mayor now. Looking for Master Chai, are you? Is something amiss? When I last saw him, he seemed ready to collapse from exhaustion. I insisted he rest and catch his breath, and we talked for a while about his concerns over the city's defenses, amongst other things. He made more than a few valid points. Many of our men are still recovering after your confrontation with Lord Vothri, and finding General Ranjit in a heap in the middle of the plaza shook us all to the core. The man commanded no small amount of loyalty, and some of our longest-serving soldiers seemed lost without him. Indeed, a number of them left. Not that we blame you, of course. Without you and yours, we'd still be blind to the error of our ways. Anyway, funding permitting, I proposed replenishing our ranks with volunteers from the derelicts in Gatetown. We have a duty to protect not only Yulmore, you see, but the surrounding regions of Calusia as well, and I, for one, would welcome any man or woman willing to take up arms for that cause. Indeed, I told him as much, and he seemed relieved to hear it. It was on that note that we parted ways. He headed outside, as I recall. So he just immediately launched into work and learned as much as he could about everything. Any luck? I got nowhere myself, but it sounds like Alphino might have. Ah, there you are. How did you fare? Have you learned anything about which might offer a clue as to Master Chai's whereabouts? We've learned a lot. Interesting. He apparently paid a visit to the Queen Bee as well. They discussed the possibility of granting admission to customers from outside Yulmore, an idea to which the proprietor was surprisingly receptive. Sounds like he's got big plans for the place. Yulmore, I mean, not the Bee. Perhaps, but the question remains, where did he go after leaving the city? Well, we were told he was asking about the other settlements, so he's probably in Wright or somewhere like that. If I had to guess. Wright is the name that I remembered. All we know for certain is that Master Chai has shown great concern not only for Yulmore, but its surrounding settlements. It seems logical then that, having consulted with those within the city walls, he should wish to do the same to those without. Sucro, if you would go and make inquiries in Wright, I shall do likewise in Stilltide. Gatetown I leave to you, Kaishir. Fair enough. Where should we meet when we're finished? Well, Top Rung would seem to me to be his next most likely destination. Let us reconvene there. With any luck, one of us will have stumbled upon him by then. But if not, we will be well situated to continue our search. Nod. I actually really like this part because, like, you might immediately assume, based on his reactions while we were doing the giant golem plan of constantly like, no, wait, no, it'll never work, and needing to be encouraged, it would not be surprising if someone were to immediately assume that he ran away upon being given a great deal of responsibility. But no, it's the opposite. No, the name doesn't ring any bells, but there was a rather dapper-looking Mistel gentleman here not long ago. He wanted to talk about relations between Wright and Yulmore, or rather the lack of them. We lost a great many people to their promises of mail and the chance to of a lavish life among the free. And Vothri thought to take even more from us, conscripting the few able-bodied men we had left to guard his paradise. I needn't tell you what happened when the Sin Eaters came. Such things are hard to forgive. But Vothri's gone now, and we're curious to see what would become of Yulmore in his absence. That's what I told your friend, Chai Nuz, was it? And I'm sure the others said the same. Not what he wanted to hear, I suppose, because he left soon after, and that was that. No, he just left soon after to go ask everybody else. Dude is completely dedicated to this. Here's the Calusia night music, by the way. We hadn't heard this yet either. It's really good, unsurprisingly. Oh, that's another player character. I was like, why is there a carbuncle here? That was a summoner we saw earlier, in fact. Turns out Master Chai was over in Gate Town too. He spoke to a few of the residents, apparently. They told me they'd never seen a posh bloke look so miserable. So he paid a visit to both Wright and Gate Town as well, did he? I see. Kai Shur and I gleaned much the same. He seems determined to salvage what goodwill might yet remain among the settlements of Calusia. The only likely place he has left to go being Amity. Yeah, this theme is like the theme of... And considering the fact that you don't get the new day theme of Calusia or the night theme of Calusia until you defeat Hades, these are really like the themes of what you have won, what you fought for. This one especially because of what night means to the first. It's very good. The only likely place he has left to go being Amity. Post-game only catharsis. Come, if we're quick, we may yet catch up with him. Nod. I've just suddenly had the realization that I think the best part to fit in the rest of the quest chain where I learned Lally Ho as an emote is probably whenever I do Denier Zone, because that also involves all the dwarves and whatnot over there. That is a realization that is only related to me being in this area and seeing that aetherite in the distance more than anything else. Hello, Chinas. We found you. Greeting. Hello, we've been looking for you. Sucro, Alphino, Kaishir, what are you doing here? We might ask you the same, Master Chai. We've been looking all over for you. Looking for me? Whatever for? Lady Chai has been nigh inconsolable in your absence. She claims you disappeared without so much as a word and bade us return you to her side. What in blazes are you talking about? I left a letter for her in our chambers. I suppose she could have overlooked it, and when she gets an idea into her head, I can only apologize. No harm done, Master Chai, but since we are here, might I ask what compelled you to come all this way? We were told you'd been elected mayor, and from what we've gathered from the nearby villages, you've been inquiring about the people's grievances. Is it safe to assume you mean to take office? Now, let's not jump to conclusions. I did seek to learn about the problems faced by the people of Calusia, that much is true, but I am by no means sure I am the man to solve them. Tackling our many challenges will require resources, and until I've secured them, it would not be right to assume the role of mayor. Suddenly daytime. Yep. I see, and you believe said resources can be found here? Nod. Indeed, the people's grievances are many, but in the course of my inquiries, I've already met with several individuals willing to lend their aid in addressing them. However, there remains one individual crucial to my plans, a man whose counsel might yet make a mayor of me. With respect, such forethought is, in itself, proof of your suitability. The city needs you, Master Chai, and I'm certain that this man of whom you speak, whoever he may be, will reach the same conclusion. For what little it is worth, we will vouch for you should he require convincing. Whatever you need, you can count on us, or we believe in you, Master Chai! Honestly, Sucro would say this, I think. We believe in you. I don't know what to say. You don't need to say anything. You've got your actions to speak for you. For as long as I can remember, all I ever wanted was to make it into Yulmore, but that dream's long gone now, burst like a bubble, or boil, more like. Anyway, outside of repaying Master Alphino, I haven't had a clue what to do with myself. Spent most days in a daze, but you've been running up and down trying to find a way to fix this mess for everyone. And I reckon you can do it. You got this lot up Mount Gold, didn't you? How hard could mayoring be? You're going to steal Yulmore to a better future, I know it. And I want to help, properly help, do something that makes a difference. I don't know what that is yet, but I'll work it out on the way, and if you let me come with you, that is. Nod. You give me entirely too much credit, the lot of you, but I can't deny it gives me heart. Come then, let us press on together. Nod. Nod. Thank you, Master Chai. But we mustn't get ahead of ourselves. Yulmore needs more than a man with good intentions, which is why I'm here, to find one with the experience needed to see the city thrive. Who is this man exactly, and are you certain he's here in Amity? Rendon is his name, and yes, he is, or was. I had scarcely begun to explain myself when he decided his time was better spent elsewhere. He served as chief advisor to Valthry's father when he was in office. If Ranjit was the mayor's right hand, one may say Rendon was the left, and between them they kept Yulmore on the road to prosperity. The city needs more than a mere man of business, which is why I must find him. But even if you do, what makes you think he will listen? Before giving chase, might it not be wise to speak with those who know him, here in Amity? They might be able to shed some light on his reason for rejecting your overtures out of hand. Yes, I suppose that makes sense. Perhaps we should start with Tristal, then. As I recall, you made a rather favorable impression on him. I'm certain he would be willing to talk to us. Nod. According to Master Chai, this Rendon fellow occupied a position of considerable influence in the Yulmoran leadership, which begs the question, why did he choose to leave? I reckon Yulmore could learn a thing or two from Amity about standing on its own 2 feet. Then again, so could I. I realize it was me who suggested speaking with Tristal, but who's to say he would be any more receptive than Rendon? Why should any of them give me the time of day? That's no way to think, ignore me. Greetings, friend, and you too, Master Chai. I presume you're here to ask after Rendon. I couldn't help overhearing your earlier exchange. Yes, well, with Bothri gone, Yulmore wants for a leader. Should no one rise to the challenge, the city could very well collapse. I came here seeking Rendon's counsel, in the hope that we could build a better Yulmore together, and that is still my wish. But given how abominably you were mistreated there, I will quite understand if you choose not to help. Worry not, Master Chai. I bear no grudge against you or the people of Yulmore, and I would not see you suffer for Vothri's villainy. As you no doubt gathered from your meeting earlier, Rendon can be rather uncompromising. He has his principles, you see, and little patience for anyone he deems less committed to their own. Your desire to right the wrongs of your past, of Yulmore's past, is quite admirable, but I fear the guilt you bear on the city's behalf works against you. I can see it in your eyes, in the way you carry yourself. It goes without saying he sees it as well. You must let those feelings go, Master Chai. Be more assertive, commit to this course, and prove to him Yulmore has the resolve to change. The resolve to change. I believe he was heading towards Pit 8 when he left. If you plan to go and speak with him, I suggest you be firm and clear in your intentions. Nod. Very well, to Pit 8 we shall go, and I will not take no for an answer. Nay, not even a maybe. Despite our previous artistic differences, I do believe Master Chai means what he says, but until he starts believing it, I fear it won't amount to an awful lot. This music is making it really hit me how we have completed 5.0. Like, I've been playing 5.1 most of this stream, but this music just really is like, hey, you actually completed the main story of the base game of Shadowbringers, by the way. And I always think about how I thought I would never do that. I thought I would never make it that far. Jeez. Hey, what's up though, Rendon? It is, because you're traveling around Calusia a lot, I think.
Well, it's you again. Well, I see you've invited your friends. Need them to fight your battles for you, do you?
And yeah, post Shadowbringers.
I didn't invite them, as it happens. Though they are indeed my friends. Well, not only mine, but every true Yulmoran's. They are the ones who awakened us to the truth, to Lord Vothri's villainy, the famous warriors of darkness.
Are they now?
Yep.
Yes, they are. It would be no exaggeration to call them our saviors. We owe much and more to their kindness, but we cannot depend on that kindness forever. To do so would be a little different from entrusting our affairs to Lord Vothri. Nay, we must learn to stand on our own 2 feet. And I would have them present to witness my attempt.
Hear, hear, Master Chai.
Your sentiments are admirable. Yet admirable sentiments do not a nation make.
Self-reliance is difficult. I do my best, but there's a lot of things I can't do.
In my capacity as advisor, I once strove to build a better Yulmore. Gave honest counsel to my superiors, drafted laws for the benefit of one and all.
A lot of things I can't do through no fault of my own, mostly. Anyway.
But in time, my values fell out of favor. There was no need for them in this paradise Vothri was creating. And so I left my homeland behind. But you, Chai News, you were content to wallow in indolence under Vothri's auspices. And so I cannot help but ask myself what manner of nation you intend to build.
It's news, it's not nuz. Okay, I'll remember this. Unless only Rendon says this way. Also, to give myself credit, I probably do a lot more than I give myself credit for. But, like, yeah. There's a lot of stuff I can't do, mostly due to various conditions that I didn't choose to have. Which I am slowly trying to work towards resolving any of them. Yeah, that. What you're saying. I spend most of my energy on enduring. And I guess streaming sometimes? Anyway.
I can offer no simple answer to that question. But this much I will say. It is my hope that Yulmore can become a nation which her citizens might freely choose to build together. A great many people, myself included, flocked to Yulmore seeking sanctuary. The alternative being to live in fear and die in pain. It seemed an easy choice. And sanctuary we found. As much food and drink as we could ever want. Secured at the cost of the surrounding villages. Little wonder the people gathered at our doorstep, begging to work among the bonded. The free were blind to it all, of course. Content to, as you say, wallow in indolence. In ignorance. Were I mayor, I would first take stock of the city's resources and see that they were assigned equitably. Our days of reckless consumption are behind us. The distinction between free and bonded died with Vorthri. The needs of rich and poor alike must be considered if our nation is to survive. To which end I would take steps to secure channels for supplies, rekindle relations with nearby settlements, who re-establish industry, reach out to neighboring nations, and the list goes on and on. But I am no ruler, nor even a politician. I am an entrepreneur. My expertise lie in planning and profit. I haven't the knowledge or experience to run a nation. Please, Rendon, will you not help me? Together, we could solve the city's problems. Build a Yulmore for the people.
A Yulmore for the people. I rather like the sound of that.
Yay! We did it.
But before I offer you my counsel, I would be certain of your ability to perform the duties of office.
You would?
You ask me to help you solve Yulmore's problems, but first I would see you solve one on your own. Accomplish that, and you will prove both to me and the people that you are a man worth following.
What does that mean? I guess we almost did it. We didn't quite do that. It remains to be seen if his words will translate into deeds, but I shall endeavor to keep an open mind. Imagine it, a Yulmore that even a bloke like me could help to build. People cannot be brought together on the strength of high ideals alone. This I know from painful experience. Rendon was right to demand proof of Master Chai's commitment. You know, that's fair. Right then, is there a particular issue you would have me resolve? Nod. You seem to have conducted an assessment of the problems Yulmore now faces. I assume you will agree, therefore, that the matter of dwindling food stores is the most pressing. Ah, yes, mail being neither a desirable nor less sustainable option, I assume alternative foodstuffs are now required to fill the void. And a man who hungers is not like to contribute much to society, save violence, perhaps. So tell me, how do you propose to solve this problem? Give me a satisfactory answer, and I will consider offering you my counsel. Nod. A combination of measures would seem to be in order. One to address the immediate issue of supply, and another that of production. Go on. For the present, Yulmore's coffers can be used to purchase food from our neighbors. This would afford us time to address the underlying problem that affects us all, the long-standing neglect of agriculture. The villages that once served as sources of trade for foodstuffs must be repopulated, their means of production restored. This assumes, of course, that we can rekindle relations with our neighbors, guarantee security and stability in the region, and most importantly, find people willing to leave the city and take up the rebuilding effort. My, think of all that by yourself, did you? Well, yes, it began as a rather abstract plan I drafted some time ago after speaking with the peoples of Yulmore and the nearby settlements. You've impressed me, Chai News. I have? Well, that is a relief. Oh, you haven't secured my support just yet, only my attention. Grand plans will not be enough to persuade the masses. If you would ask them to rebuild, you must provide them the means to do so. A fair point, Rendon, and one to which I have given much thought. I propose the use of Talos to aid in the establishment and maintenance of these settlements. Their employment should drastically improve efficiency and ultimately increase production. Talos? But Daedalus Stoneworks closed their doors years ago. Without a ready supply of the necessary equipment, the people would starve before your plans could be put into effect. Well, as the heir to Daedalus Stoneworks, it just so happens that Talos are my field of expertise, and with a little help, I'm quite certain we can acquire what we need in no time at all. That Rendon geezer doesn't seem so bad. What was Master Chai worried about? He's got to give himself a bit more credit. So do I, Kaishir. Do you see it? There's a fire in Master Chai's eyes that was not there when first we met. A fire we'd best keep kindled if we wish to see Yulmore change for the better. You had a hand in constructing that giant Talos to the north, did you not? When the Yulmoran volunteers began arriving, I hid myself away lest I be recognized, thus depriving myself of what I am reliably informed was a once-in-a-lifetime spectacle. Bugger. Rendon is quite right. Building Talos from scratch would require time we simply do not have, which is why I propose to make use of the long-abandoned Talos which wander the wilds of Calusia. Gasp. They will need to be deactivated, of course, and if memory serves, the tools required to do so should still be at top rung. Come with me. Oh right, this is the, that's the quest again. With the emote. I was like, wait, is there an ether current quest for like a split second before remembering that I can in fact fly already? Yeah, even just seeing the regular clouds in Calusia is impactful. I think we're getting to a part where we need to do that, probably. That's my expectation, anyway. It is one thing to repair an immobile Talos, as Urianger did, but quite another to catch one, surely. Does this not sound a trifle dangerous? How'd you catch a Talos, then? Dig a hole and lure it in? So he's an authority on Talos, is he? What other surprises could he be hiding, I wonder? Ah, the old memory hasn't let me down. Aha, rather. This chest contains canisters filled with a dashedly potent, insulating powder capable of halting the flow of ether in a Talos. We need only get within throwing distance of one and let fly, thus disabling them without damaging them. Ingenious. An old trick of the trade, nothing more. Once disabled, it should be a simple enough matter to get them to march to Yulmore. More extensive repairs can wait. Ordinarily, this is where I would ask you to run along and do the deed, but as I've said before, it's high time we learn to stand on our own 2 feet. Thankfully, throwing canisters is something even I should be able to manage. Gasp. Come off it, Master Chai. Even if the Talos ain't a threat, there's 101 other things out there waiting to make a meal out of you. Or a meal of you. That's as may be, Kaishir, but Rendon tasked me with solving this problem, and I will not sit idly by while others risk everything to see my harebrained schemes realized. Not this time. Which isn't to say that the mere thought of it doesn't fill me with dread. Truth be told, I can't feel my legs. But if I'm to prove I'm a man worth following, I must lead by example. Well said, Master Chai. Hear, hear. I can't wait till 7.0 where Master Chai is a trust party member who is the most powerful NPC because he's gotten very determined to just be able to do anything. Yes, well, it should go without saying that I have no intention of dying for this. I've always preferred living to see the fruits of my labors. To make sure I do, I will require your help. It is as Kaishir says, these lands are dangerous if one is not careful. I would ask you to use my spyglass to look out for any beasts that could get in the way of my work. I will also need you to alert me when it is safe to subdue the Talos, understood? That's right, it's not fighting, it's actually the looking around mechanic that they love. It is kind of funny how common the looking around mechanic is. It's not bad, there is no downside to this, but it is kind of funny. Good, then let's be off to the quick way through the north gate and see if we can't find a suitable vantage point for you. Nod. Somehow I forgot about determination being an actual stat. Wait, is it still a stat? It's a gear stat, but I think it adds a bit to everything or something like that. I forget. When first he arrived, I could barely hear him over the knocking of his knees, and now this. I'm not sure what's gotten into him, but whatever it is, I like it. Offensive properties? Oh, it is right there. You're right. Amount of damage dealt by both physical and magic attacks. And the HP restored by healing spells. So it is a little bit of everything. There's little point in us both shouting instructions. Keep him safe, Sucro. Alright, nothing to worry about. Just a simple matter of sneaking up on the Talos while avoiding the slavering, bloodthirsty beasts lurking behind every rock. Child's play. When you're ready, let us begin. Either Master Chai's off his nut. Stop saying that, Kaishir, or this means more to him than he's been letting on. Kaishir has now said that 2 times. Keep a lookout for danger and alert Chai knows when it's safe to incapacitate the Talos. You may move the spyglass as well as zoom in and out. Point the spyglass at Chai Nuz and give him the signal to sneak near the Talos. Oh, this is a little different from just looking around. I'm guessing we wait for the Talos to turn, yeah. This probably sounds more difficult than it is. Chai Nuz, use your special attack. Throw. Throw canister. I did it? I did it! Let's move on to another Talos, shall we? Curses, it's not alone. Calm yourself, old boy. Everything will be fine. Was I supposed to go when the Talos was turned sideways? An opening! Please don't turn around. Okay. Master Chai just says when to go, basically. Yep. I do believe I'm getting the hang of this. Nod. Nod. You may leave the next one to me, Sucro. Now, if only we could launch these canisters at a distance, using some sort of cannon. Hey-yo. Ha! That should do it. Now we have all we need to proceed. Nod. That wasn't too bad. Like I said, it sounded more complicated than it was. Gasp? He did it! I love, like, just anytime any, like, in-game victory notifications are applied to China's, whatever. It would seem I misjudged, Master Chai. There may yet be hope for Yulmore. Our friend returned with nary a scratch. Well done. Blimey. Thought my heart was gonna stop for a moment there. Make that a couple of moments. I can scarcely believe it. It was a reckless, foolish plan, but somehow it worked. I did it. Master Chai, I believe I owe you an apology. Your plan to replenish Yulmore's food stores showed forethought and sound judgment. What's more, it is plain your time at Daedalus Stoneworks has equipped you to lead, as evidenced by the extraordinary company you keep. You, sir, are more than qualified to be the next mayor of Yulmore. I thank you for your vote of confidence, but the fact remains I'm wholly ignorant of the world of politics, which is why I would ask you to join me and grant Yulmore the benefit of your counsel. I would be honored. When the people behold these Talos, I have no doubt they will lend you their support. It would seem Yulmore's leadership is at last in capable hands, would you not agree? Nod. We should probably be getting back soon, Master Chai. Happy you've tinkered with the Talos and all that. Lady Chai's worried sick. Nod. Suddenly. Oh, okay. That's just us taking the elevator dramatically. It's an elevator where the elevator music is the opposite of usual.
Right then. Form a line and make for Yulmore.
Are we sure this won't look like we're attacking? In some way?
What's that noise?
Begrimed townsman.
Wicked White! Runaway Talos! Call the guard!
Yeah, I figured this would happen. I was gonna say just
Stay
one
back,
guard?
all of you!
Okay, no, it's a few though.
Is that... Darling, you're back.
But of course I'm back. You didn't see... Dearest, I can't...
Destroyed. If ever there's been a destroyed, it's there.
Oh dear.
I have to be careful about saying that because it always feels like I'm prompting it, but it's just what comes to mind.
To the stars.
Fair enough.
What's under the mask? I don't understand my love. I hate that hedgehog.
Thank you.
Destroy!
The timing right after the thank you is kind of funny too. I forgot that I put the second and third lines in there. I don't understand my love is another quote from Vietnamese Silver. He is back with the full party, that's also true.
I'm sorry, my darling. It's just the sight of you filled me with such joy, I couldn't help myself.
Oh,
Dr.
it's all
Robotnik
right,
the
dear.
Asian.
I should have just come out and said what it was I was intending, instead of entrusting the task to a hastily scribbled letter.
Does that mean you'll do it?
That would be funny,
Well,
yeah.
I'm here, aren't I? I mean, not that my absence signified any unwillingness, you understand? Oh, no, naught could be further from the truth. I only left to enlist the aid of the former mayor's senior advisor. And now that I have it,
Nod.
I believe I am ready to take office.
The idea of Robotnik as the Asian title of office is pretty funny.
Oh, how wonderful!
These two. Is he going to be destroyed again? Yes.
Dearest, please!
To the stars.
Oh no!
At the break of dawn, eggs can't be taught any moves. Directly to you.
Destroy!
Eggs can't be taught any moves. Never forget this. I dare say the future of Yulmore has never looked brighter. You might want to be careful with your word choice there, Alphino, because never looked, yeah, Dulia Shai is very powerful. Never looked more different depending on time of day instead of always the same. Sorry I wasn't much help. Still, seeing Master Chai go after those Talos was something, eh? Inspiring stuff. Thank you again for finding my husband. I confess I was not expecting your return to be quite so grand. A dear sweet man, he's going to make the most wonderful mayor, I just know it. Never looked shadier, better, darker. More varied. I'm fine, I just need a moment. That was quite a reception, one Master Chai will struggle to forget. Or seriously, the arrival of the Talos has seized the public's attention. Once word is spread around Yulmore, it will be that much simpler to gather one and all so that Master Chai can make his inaugural address. There is no time to lose. We must begin making preparations for the inaugural address, once Master Chai has caught his breath, of course. Yeah, they really do mess with a lot of idioms, huh? Oh, hey. I think that's the old Yulmore music. Do I want this? Not really, but, you know, whatever. No need to fret, Sucro. I've never felt better. Cough. Not at all overawed by the prospect of addressing the assembled masses of Yulmore. As for where to do it, if we're to accommodate everyone who might feasibly wish to attend, I suppose the only place large enough would be the Emergent. And I will go and spread word among the citizens, both free and bonded, that they are to assemble there to meet their new mayor. I don't have to play it, that's true. But I have to use it for the collectible. You there, Kai Shir, was it? Would you go and inform the residents of Gatetown and the derelicts? Of course I will. Good lad, I will let the guards know not to bar the way to Vothri's chambers. It goes without saying that I expect the Warrior of Darkness to attend, assuming she's available. Might as well see it through to the bitter end, eh? The doorman at the Crown Lift will show you up. Nod. Don't worry, I'll make sure everyone's there for Master Chai's big speech. So get yourself down to the Emergent. Go on. I almost tried to use the Orchestrion role immediately, even though the quest is not over yet. The Crystarium music is the one where you have to get rank 3 in all of the shared fate zones, right? That you were talking about? That's gonna take a while. If I ever want that. I'm halfway through rank 2 in Lakeland, I guess. Yeah, it's probably a decent way to level up, and level up your companion if they're not already at maximum. Boaster is now rank 15, which is almost having mastered 2 entire trees. Ah yes, Master Chai told us to expect you. The Emergent is already filling up with people of all persuasions, free and bonded citizens and non-citizens. But for you, our guest of honor, we have reserved a place at the front. Right this way, miss. The only things I've got from all the gemstone traders are the writing maps, even though I don't need them. Just to have all of them. Come on, you can do it. We believe in you.
Go on, dear.
Nod.
Thank you all for gathering here today. But before going any further, could I ask the free citizens of Yulmore to look around? Tis a sight none of us would ever have seen under Lord Forthry's rule. Not only do we stand in the familiar presence of those we once called the Bonded, but today we welcome the peoples of the Derelicts and Gatetown too. Today we welcome the Warriors of Darkness, come to bear witness to Yulmore's new beginning.
Hi, I'm a cat. That's Alphino.
As you know, an election was recently held, at the end of which I had the honor of being chosen to succeed Lord Vothry. You place great faith in me, and I promise to do my utmost to live up to your expectations. And I will seek always to carry out the duties of this office with integrity and fairness. Always, I say, but not forever. Let it be known that I do not intend to hold this post indefinitely. I consider myself but an acting mayor, who will serve only for the interim while Yulmore is reshaped according to a new set of values. No longer can we think of ourselves as divided, as the free and the bonded, citizens and non-citizens. The systems put in place by Lord Vorthry must be undone. But even as we tear down the old, we must give thought to the new, to what manner of nation Yulmore should become. Whatever the answer may be, it cannot be decided by one man alone. And so I propose that an open forum be held, that we might all discuss how best to strive towards a better future. However, there can be no talk of the morrow unless we first address the issues of today. Securing new sources of food, rebuilding relations with our neighbors, re-establishing industry. There is much and more that needs to be done. Too much for a mere man of business. And so I pledge instead to do everything in my power to ensure our city's security and stability while we all work together to see these problems solved. The road before us will not be easy, and I know full well how daunting the prospect of honest labor may seem to some of you. But we must accept the reality of our circumstances. We must move forward. This much we owe to ourselves and to the brave heroes who risked their lives to bring back the night. Once we have shored up our city's foundations and regained some semblance of normality, let us reconvene to speak of the future.
I think democracy probably existed and was known, but he's trying to bring it here.
Until then, I humbly ask that you lend me and each other your strength for Yulmore!
Hey, he said strength instead of strength. I think people point out how often strength is said in this game sometimes. So it's kind of funny. Yeah! It's funny to clap because it seems like I'm talking. Nod. Clapping! Yay! The first steps to a better Yulmore. Well, like, first a bunch of steps, I guess. Seeing everyone come together like that, it was beautiful, that was. City of Final Pleasures, they used to call this place back when the world was ending, but now I hope it will become the City of New Endeavors. That's a good twist on it. Wasn't he simply wonderful? Seeing him take charge of the room as he did reminds me why I fell for him in the first place. Now our work can begin in earnest. I very much look forward to seeing this Yulmore for the people. That was a fine speech, Master Chai. I believe your words stirred every soul in attendance. Stirred them to action, I hope. If I've learned anything from all this, change begins with the individual. 'Tis but a matter of finding the strength to take the first step. Nod. Assuming my fellow Yulmorans can, it shall be my honor and privilege to help them walk this road we have chosen. Nod. But we must not forget the individuals who made all of these changes possible. Were it within my power, I would carve a tribute to your heroism into the very stone upon which this city stands. That's a bit much. But I appreciate the sentiment, so nod. I hate to change the subject, darling, but now that you've officially taken office, have you given any thought to your mayoral seat? Shrug. We will not be moving into the emergent, dearest. It's too big for one thing, and too far from the people for another. We will retain our current residence, and I will govern here in the parlor. I was hoping you'd say that. I much prefer the view from the parlor. Begging your pardon, Master Chai, but have you got time for a word? Yes, of course. Hathan, that? Aye, that's me. I liked your speech, but there's folk outside these walls that don't even have enough food to last till tomorrow, and more who are counting their crumbs. If you have a plan to change that, I want to help set things in motion. Then we've much to discuss. No sooner do I take office than my work begins in earnest. Well, I suppose I brought it upon myself. Thank you again for your help, Sucro. I hope to see you again before long. Vows. Return vows. That would be a good use for the emergent, making it into some sort of public space for sure. What a day. I don't know what it means exactly, but I do know I've got plenty to think about. Nod. I sense we all have a great deal to consider. I'd resolved to remain here until such time as Yulmore's future was secured, but it is clear to me now that the city is in capable hands. We might want to change the flag at some point. Unless we just rebrand it to mean something about wings that's not, you know, Sin Eater related. Maybe not have a crown on it. A public workshop could work, some sort of museum could work. I have every confidence they will find their way, and I believe it is time we went on ours. Is this a meanwhile sort of? Okay, not yet. I keep expecting it. With Master Chai at the helm, if only for the interim, I feel I can bid farewell to Yulmore and return to the source with no regrets. So Alphina's leaving too, is he? Seems like everyone's moving on. Everything's changing. I've been thinking about what I should do in all this. Like I told you, I spent most of my life dreaming about living here with my friends in Paradise. And Paradise is gone, but something better's taken its place, and I reckon I want to be a part of it. This Yulmore for the people Master Chai's been going on about ain't gonna build itself after all. Not that I'm much of a builder. Me and my friends will find a way to make a difference, though. Help keep things changing for the better. Far nobler dream than the one to which you clung before, and one I am happy to say we share. Whatever path you choose, I will pray for your success. Well, when you put it like that, there's no going back now, is there? We've got a few ideas on how we can do our bit, just a matter of taking the first step. The night music is really good, yeah? Now it's time to learn Yulmore music sad. Yulmore music, parentheses, dystopian. Still not quite sure how I'll do my part for Yulmore, but I'll think of something. Hey look, it's the patch title! We made it! Vows of virtue, deeds of cruelty. That seems like... It doesn't seem like we've seen any deeds of cruelty, so this is concerning a little bit. Truly to see Kai Shir thus inspired by our actions is inspiring in itself. Yet however much I may wish to stay and see what comes of his efforts here in Yulmore, we have matters of our own to attend to. Come, we should return to the Crystal Tower. Mayhap Beck-Luke's struggles have borne fruit in our absence. I'll say right now for the record that I don't think I'll be doing the start of Bosja today. By the way, I don't want to make another 8-hour stream happen. I wasn't feeling well today and I do need to recover more, probably. So that'll be part of the plan for next time. Along with starting Eden, I think. But we're not quite done here yet. Just saying that ahead of time. Twould seem Alize is yet to return from the inn at Journey's Head. I do hope she doesn't overtire herself. In the course of preparing more Aurosite, we made a significant discovery. We thought it best to wait for your return before sharing our findings. My congratulations, Sucro. Glad tidings from Mulemore did precede thy coming. I will see that Thancred and Reen hear of these momentous events, that they too might take joy in that which thou hast helped to bring about. I take it you are ready to resume our work. Welcome back. We are given to understand a new mayor has taken office in Mulemore. Indeed, our good friend Master Chai was elected by popular vote, and after some considerable soul-searching, chose to accept the post. It is a shame you weren't there to attend his inaugural speech, though I have no doubt you will see more of him in the future. But tell me, how fared you in preparing the White Aurosite? Nod. Our work did not proceed quite as expected. In your absence, we had a frank discussion on the principles of soul transference, and concluded at length that White Aurosite was ill-suited for our purposes. But Urianger, did you not say that, compared to the massy soul of an Ascian, the stone could house one of ours with ease? That I did, and armed as we are with Beck-Lug's invaluable insight, 'twould indeed prove a trifling matter, were we to disregard the inviolable link twixt mind and soul. A link which would, we did belatedly realize, be weakened most perilously in the process of rendering our souls dormant, as Aurosite doth require. Thus, the shedding of these fleshy simulacra, and the surfeit of ether which compriseth them, would in all likelihood deprive us of our psyches as well. It would theoretically be possible to channel your minds into the Aurosite instead, but we would more than likely sacrifice your souls in the process, which is why we have abandoned that plan, and instead devoted our time to finding a means by which mind and soul might be transported together. Then we are no closer to a solution than when we first began. It is a vexing conundrum indeed, but one for which the Crystal Exarch has posited a most intriguing solution. Nod. When our discussions turned to the transference of memories in the psyche, I could not help but be reminded of a technique with which I have personal experience. Sucro, do you recall what we learned of my eyes from our encounter with Doga and Une? I speak of the royal eye of the Allegan imperial line, gifted to my forebears through the blood and memories of the ancient Allegans. It is by this gift that I am able to control the Crystal Tower. If we are to gain an understanding of the technology by which the Allegans were able to accomplish this transference, perhaps then we could keep mind and soul together. Imagine, if you will, a device like unto a soul crystal, replete not only with our worldly memories but also the bountiful energies of the soul. That is our current avenue of investigation, and we will follow it wheresoever it leads. Nod. While we are thus engaged, I think it best that Sucro return to the source and inform Kryl and the others of our findings. Agreed. I imagine Tataru will be relieved to hear that we've made progress of a sort. Then I would beg leave to relay our findings unto Thancred and Reen, and to assist where I may in their investigation of the empty. Yes, please do. Should we have need of your counsel, we will not hesitate to summon you. Bow. Wave goodbye. And yeah, not being able to test this whole thing is very dangerous is a very dangerous part of it. Give our regards to Tataru, won't you? Nod. With the benefit of our combined knowledge and the aid of the first leading authority on soulcraft, we must surely be able to find a solution. Surely. Mark my words, Sucro, we will unlock the secrets of the Allegan Eye and see that others returned home. There was a time when I thought these eyes a curse, you know, but for what they've enabled me to do and what they may yet make possible, I see now that they are a blessing. I pray the link to their bodies in your world will endure a while longer. Should it fail, our efforts will be for naught. Beck-Lug insists that we resume our work forthwith, but I grow weary at the thought. What I would not give for a cup of tea and perhaps a vanilla tart. Somebody get Y'shtola some tea. And I guess so. I think there's time for a tea break. Hello, Tataru. Sucro, you're back! How did everything go in the first? Wait, don't tell me. Cryle will be here shortly, and she'll want to hear too. She's just tending to the others. Their bodies, I mean. Gods, I don't think I'll ever get used to saying that. Anyway, you can tell us everything the moment she gets here. Upon speaking with Tataru,
several cutscenes will play in sequence.
I need to have like a warning siren sound effect or something. Did you think this was it? Did you think we were just going to talk to Tataru and it would be fine? It's recommended that we set aside...
Oh my god!
There we go. That's a pretty good warning siren. It's recommended that you set aside sufficient time to view these scenes in their entirety. You know, just to humor the game, I'll do a little break again, right here. Everyone go get some water and stretch. Hello. Are we ready for several cutscenes to play in sequence? Or maybe almost ready, at least? I'll give you all a moment to prepare yourselves. Also, I just had an idea. If I could stream tomorrow as well, which is no guarantee, I could do a special bonus Final Fantasy XIV stream that is all unlocking Bosja and Bosja relics and starting all of that stuff, which is some of that stuff is stuff I wouldn't normally stream. But if it's like a special bonus stream, it feels like it's fine. I'll think about it, if I can manage to stream. Tomorrow is not usually a stream day, but who knows? Anyway. The first of several cutscenes will now play.
Sorry to keep you waiting. I've carried out the treatment as per Master Matoya's instructions. It should slow the destabilization of their corporeal ether quite significantly. But tell me, how fare our friends in the first?
Nod, followed by explaining. Tataru also nodded.
So this Becklug's the first to lead an authority on soulcraft, are they? Sounds promising.
It does sound promising.
And Urianger's proffered solution of white auracite is rather ingenious now that I think of it.
Oh, did we not get to the part where that won't work yet in our explanation?
Well, while they press on with their preparations, you may rest assured we will continue to do our part here.
Smile.
Oh, you're back.
Istinian is here. And he's still Istinian. Heavensward
None the worse
motif
for wear, I see.
immediately happens because Istinian is here. And yeah, this is his casual outfit, which he totally stole style tips from Realm Reborn Sucro. I think we saw this outfit briefly at some point, but also this is the outfit Sucro had in Realm Reborn, just dyed differently. It was also formerly gender locked, but that it unlocked before I did Realm Reborn forever ago. If they made the blood slowly fade over time, that would be an impressive attention to detail. Detention to detail is not the same thing. I have no idea how good those old streams are. I forget. I hope they're okay. God, I feel like I've probably already changed a lot and I've become a completely different person since then. But I usually feel that about my old self. But remember, everything in this game happens under a year because of time bubbles. It's fine. Nod.
Estinian! Oh, thank
Okay,
the
it's
gods.
definitely still very
We've
red.
been worried sick. Did you lose your link pearl or something?
The situation in Garlemald has become more complicated. I was making my escape from the capital when I ran into one of yours, Riol. He thought it best we come straight here.
More complicated how?
Those streams that I did back then are too old to have all of the new End of 2.0 stuff. Like, Cape Westwind was still intact as a trial in those streams. I don't remember if the Castrum and Praetorium were the new versions yet. Ah, you want to see the... Oh, you've only ever known the new versions. Okay, I misread what you said. My mistake.
Where to begin?
Still old back then. Yeah, that's what I thought, but I wasn't completely sure.
After entering the Empire via Razad Han, I went about my mission of investigating Black Rose. It was then, inside a provincial factory, that I encountered the one who styles himself Shadow Hunter, Gaius Baelsar. Our goals being apparently aligned, we joined forces and ventured on into the heart of the capital, to the very Imperial Palace itself. There, we found a man whom all assumed dead. But his soul lives on, and he has wrested back his flesh. Xenos ye Galvas.
Hey Xenos, can you give us tips on putting our souls back into our bodies? It seems you figured it out. Do we have to stab more people for this? I guess we do if we want to do the Xenos way of doing that. But yeah, we've confirmed Xenos is back as Xenos.
Nor did the surprises end there. For no sooner had we arrived than he murdered his sire in cold blood. The Emperor is dead. This sent Gaius into a rage, and he charged in, blade drawn. What's wrong?
Sucro and Kryl immediately saying this while Tataru panics and Estinian doesn't recognize this, I guess. We might remember this. Oh, this part's not voiced. I've seen him in action. His body, at least. He will not best him alone. Nay, death will not come easily to that thing. If you would join me, then by all means. For what good it will do. I was hoping this part would be voiced because I've started sneezing. The Black Wolf and the Azure Dragoon. I suppose this might suffice. Come then. You can't just throw Estinian. But also you can do a cool dual tech. This is ridiculous. This is completely ridiculous. Ah, the simple pleasure of one's own flesh. Truly there is no place like home. Says you, speak for yourself, man. That's also true. Whatever Elidibus did. Well, unless that's just echo nonsense or whatever Xenos was doing before. I think he did some of this stuff before. Xenos is still bullshit. Basically. Abomination. Whatever he is, Sucro was barely a match for him. If we stay here much longer, this is why it's not voiced, because Estinian has to say Sucro. Emperor Varus, your radiance, are you alright? Uh-oh. We may wear out our welcome. Oh, it's those two.
Clown.
Sort of. Echo of Clown. Must even the middling of sport be spoiled? The world conspires to bore me. I can't believe they've shut down the minor league baseball stadium. How terrible. But I have no cause to remain. I leave these vermin to you. Xenos! Well, you can also do that. That's a pretty Asian maneuver to just teleport. So it seems like he might still have Asian power. Well, any bright ideas? Just one. It's called Bullet. Good idea, Gaius. Gah! Your Radiance! The intruders have taken flight. I repeat, the intruders have taken flight. Deploy all available Magitech armor. We cannot let them escape. Surprise! In the coming battle, you will fight as Estinian Wormblood. Alert, alert, intruders detected in the Imperial Way. All available units converge. Seems there's no turning back. We must force our way through. The Black Wolf is among the intruders. Deploy Magitech armor. Truthfully, I forgot where this was, but I remembered it distinctly. And I have been waiting for this to show up since the beginning of 5.0. I was like, wait, where is the part where you play as Estinian? I remember it. I didn't remember the exact context of the whole thing. But apparently it's here. And once Estinian showed up, I knew it was going to happen. So you've got Kurthan Torment. Let's keep moving. Kurthan Torment combo. And Sky Dragon dive. Ugh, there's no end to them. Estinian cheating by having his AoE combo be his single target combo. You won't escape, Gaius Baelsar! You will pay for your crimes, traitor! Also, we have healing water. I was wondering when the Imperial Guard would appear. Focus on the Magitech armor first. Anya, on my mark. I think not. Damn it. This way, quickly. Estinian has to jump everywhere. This is a little known fact about Estinian, that he does his best to hide. We make ourselves easy marks by moving together. I suggest we split up. Intro of Final Fantasy IX ass looking room. Whoa-hey! Alright then, I'll take the low road, so to speak. I will see you outside. Stay safe. Oh, is that over this way or over this way? I don't know. He might, but he would never say it out loud in the presence of anyone. Principal dynamics. He thinks it. At least I'm a dragoon. If not, I'm a dragon. Well, well, someone's been busy. He absolutely canonically does do that, in fact. Completely normal machine. I would say no, the least normal machine, in fact. Volatile prototype, Arch Ultima, That's right, it's a boss fight as Estinian, not just playing as Estinian. And you would bar my way, would you? So be it. They say several cutscenes will play in sequence, but they don't say you will play as Estinian in part of the sequence and also fight a boss. If I remember correctly, the secret midnight the secret midnight parfait is Meta Knight, isn't it? For some reason, I actually thought that that was canon Estinian behavior. Because I forgot that it was Meta Knight instead. But, like, 100%. Does it have 4 Hearts of Sabik? Come, Nidhogg, lend me your strength. I'm a dragon. Oh yeah, it does have... Who is this fused with it even also? Yeah, Estinian canon behavior is that he loves dried squid. That is true. It seems we've been afforded an impromptu field test. Ready all battle data and begin test sequence 2.0. Hey, our moveset's different. Horrid Roar. Star Diver. A la Morn. Draken Lance. Basically, just use all of these, though, probably, right? Initiating synthetic aura sight system. All systems now fully functional. You even get your own damn text box. I bet nobody expected this. Oh wait, that's an AoE. This must be a single target then. Nobody expected this whole sequence when 5.1 happened, probably. Oh wait, okay. I'm guessing I just use these off cooldown whenever. We haven't much time. I said ready the battle data, damn you. Now loading data sample 14. Why are these people targetable? Oh, they died somehow. Oh wait, no, this is causing a debuff. I need to be doing that more often. I assumed it was AoE for some reason. Estinian, why don't you have a heal on your bar, my dude? Okay, you heal with other attacks. It's not working. Ready another sample, the one taken from Castromabania. Now loading data sample 12. Hey. What does that even mean? Also, I forgot what phlebotomized was. Truthfully. Increase generator output to maximum. Activate the Magitech field. Full power. Load data. Ah, invulnerable. It works, it works! Ha ha ha! Arch Ultima is unstoppable! Unstoppable? We shall see about that. Unleash the wrath of Nidhogg upon the Garleans! Nidhogg, show them your fury! I love that we get to initiate the cutscene limit break of Istinian. He says the taste my lance thing. That's funny too. Also, he does the nobody looks at explosions thing.
To the stars. What is now shocking? Adversaries purified. Robotic Shogun.
Destroy!
Hell yeah. All three of those lines were slightly relevant. At least. Maybe? Garleans and their machina. Now where are you, Gaius? More cutscenes will continue to play in sequence. Damn, Istinian, cool boss fight. I wish I could do a cool limit break like that. That wasn't a defensive one.
Right?
That I may or may not need in a certain trial and a certain later patch, actually. So I guess I wish that I had more than one limit break. That wasn't the same one 3 times. Never mind. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Your connection breaking and then you missed everything.
My past, did you?
So you imagine as what Istinian did is what you did? That makes sense. Or what Ayato did. Yeah, we do that sometimes, Istinian. Cool boss fight.
Well, I didn't quite relive the experience as you did, but I bore witness to it all.
Kryl has spectator mode.
I'm still not sure what I think of this gift of yours. But no matter. Our confrontation was cut short when the Imperial Guard arrived. It was then that Xenos took his leave, citing boredom.
Of course he would. Oh, I skipped a oomph.
To think their research into the Echo could bear such fruit. Escaping death, jumping from one body to the next, and returning to his own after all this time. He is an Ascian in all but name.
Okay, we're also saying this. So not only does he just Ascian teleport out of there, we are establishing this in a text box. He is basically an Ascian. How has this happened? Exactly.
It beggars belief, aye. But no more than a hero traversing the rift between worlds.
Okay, maybe. Maybe you have a point. Huh?
My concerns are far more prosaic.
Questioning head tilt Istinian
With the Emperor
version.
dead and the Crown Prince missing, the Empire is in disarray.
True.
Until order is restored, assuming it even possible, we needn't fear an Imperial reprisal. And for reasons of his own, Xenos took it upon himself to rid the world of Black Rose.
Many mysteries.
Riol has already gone to apprise the Alliance leaders of these developments. We may leave the matter in their hands for now.
Nod.
Then perhaps we have seen the last of the fighting at Gimlet. Though, if it comes to civil war, I cannot help but fear for the provinces. Ah, I'd nearly forgotten to ask. What became of Gaius? Did he not escape with you?
That he did, but we parted ways shortly after leaving Garlemald. He claimed another threat had arisen which demanded his attention. He didn't elaborate, but the absence of some device or other in the capital gave him reason to believe they're planning something. Lest you worry. I believe he has well and truly shed the Black Wolf's pelt. Conquest is no longer his objective. We may safely leave him to his own devices.
Well, it's nice to have one less foe to worry about, even if we do have a mysterious new threat to look out for instead. Speaking of which, I'll see that Riel and Al Shinobi are made aware. Though we still know next to nothing, it can't hurt to be vigilant.
Nod.
Well then, with Black Rose nipped in the bud, I believe I've fulfilled my part of the bargain.
Now give me an entire crate of dried squid. Sorry, Estinian.
That's true, but with the Archon still slumbering away, we were hoping you might agree to stay with us for a little bit longer.
Quick, Sucro, stare at Estinian until he agrees to help. Just sort of stare at him. Give him a look.
Sorry, but I'm not inclined to extend my contract. Gaius isn't the only one with business to attend to.
What are you gonna go do? What do you have to... What is your business? I'm gonna stare at you.
Thank you for your help then, Estinian. I see why Alphino admires you so. Just gonna glare at you until you comply.
Farewell, my friend. See that you don't make a habit of dozing off in battle.
You should make a habit of being more helpful and less mysterious and brooding. Smile? Of the first brood. And then Estinian trips on the stairs on the way out, and everyone pretends not to notice.
I suppose we should all be getting on then. As ever, we will see to the Archon's needs. In the meantime, why not get some rest? You've more than earned it. Go on.
Oh yeah, I did mention that when he showed up. He is using the same thing as the original Sucro outfit. Yep. And that is a item that was formerly gender locked, but like before I started Realm Reborn, it ungender locked. So Sucro was able to use it. We can see the original outfit here. It is still funny how this hat clips through the Stormblood hair. Or, not the Stormblood hair, the Stormblood hat clips through this. I still don't know what I'm gonna do with this outfit, if anything. This is probably the Endwalker one, though, by the way. Though they've yet to find a workable solution, Y'shtola and the others are making progress, and we cannot ask for more than that. You must be shattered after all that hopping back and forth between worlds. Why not stay here and rest for a while? I'm sure Beck-Lug can manage without you. They've got enough scions to help them, if you ask me. Hey, there's still more cutscene. Meanwhile, in Garlemald, again, but like, you know, different, like actual meanwhile instead of previously. Traitors, you would dare deny Lord Nerva the throne? Oh, it's time for civil war, a war of succession. Ah! Yeah, I can probably buy most of the rest of that set, like, now. On the next episode of Garlemald. Onward, before this day is done, victory shall be ours! So Garlemald's just gonna tear itself apart with this War of Succession happening, I guess. Seems like it's doing that pretty much right now. Xenos is like, ha 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 ha, this is very funny. And or, I don't care. Probably the latter, actually. Boring, 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 yep. Do you think I find it amusing, like dogs herding cattle to the slaughterhouse? Oh. That hue, your soul is are you? Oh. Before your majesty, I am but another dog, lost in want of a new master, a hunting dog, if you should wish it so. For I know full well the prey you would seek next. Evil smile. Zodiarch. I think I know who this is. But again, I actually haven't played past this point, so maybe I don't. Meanwhile, in Yulmore in the first. Also, I'm forgetting the name of this person. Don't tell me the name, though. But I am forgetting a name that I'm trying to remember. Did you hear? The mayor's reopening Daedalus Stoneworks, and they're looking for laborers. There's talk of resettling some of the old abandoned villages, too. They're even laying on free talos to help anyone willing to make the move. Wow, that's impressive. That statement you've just made is impressive. Huh. So, my current opinion on Xenos is strongly dislike. But we'll see if that changes. Free Talos? Huh, we best get packing. Steady work, board, and lodging? If that's not a recipe for hope, I don't know what is. Huh? Hope? Hey, whomst the heck? Why do you have warrior why are you dressed like an Ardbert? Why are you just Ardbert? Why are you here? Yes, so long as I yet live.
Whomst the heck?
I would see that feeble flame rekindled. Wait, I think I immediately intuited who this is, actually. I do know a few things about the future, and I think all of us know, everyone in the chat, or most of the people in the chat, not everyone, probably knows enough about the future. Elidibus said that he would need to bring back the Warriors of Light to vanquish the Warriors of Darkness or whatever. I don't remember exactly how he put it. This is Elidibus. That's what I'm guessing here. I think this is Elidibus. Because, like, Ardbert was a warrior of light. Ascians love stealing people's bodies and forms. This is Elidibus. If it wasn't Elidibus, there wouldn't be this ominous droning happening. Clearly. Also that, it is my destiny to see our dream fulfilled. That's also a very Ascian thing to say. Our dream. Achievement unlocked, black and white. I mean, you can say that without being an Ascian, but you know, like so. Of virtuous deeds. Sucro did a good thing, at least once. Sucro, might I ask a favor of you? I'm not normally one to pry, but Philomene has been oddly distracted ever since you came back to tell us of your travels in the first. Would you go and see if she's all right? And then this is the beginning of 5.2, I presume. What is Philomene? Or Flamine, actually? I keep forgetting we've stopped emphasizing the letter. Sucro will insist on doing this forever. Is there actually something interesting to talk to Flamine about? Oh, you have a quest. Oh, what the? Hey, what's this? Is this a Tales of the Shadows type thing? Hails from the... Okay, gotcha. So we will be worrying about that. That is currently the last item on the pre-Endwalker checklist for me. I don't know if this is the wisest placement for it, but that's where it is. I would like to make sure of something before... Whoa. Tree Shadow's freaking out a little bit. Yeah, there it is. This is the start of Bosja, right here. Hail to the Queen, I believe. So that is the plan for next time, is to start Bosja. Depending on when next time is, it might be all Bosja or just the part of Bosja that's interesting, and then I do the rest later. I do not intend to cover the main storyline of Bosja on camera, because I cannot promise I will commit to Bosja, or that I will be entertained or interested in Bosja at all. And I've only heard... The opinions on the story that I've heard are either this is the worst writing in the game, or why did they get rid of this writer? He's the best writing in the game. And given my opinion on Ivalice and how that story went, I'm inclined to believe that I will believe the former, i.e. it is the worst writing, instead of the latter, i.e. it is good. I've heard it was a mess that sort of ended unceremoniously because they couldn't, like, complete it due to, like, COVID reasons and stuff. I know Diabolos is in there. Yeah, Bosja is written by the same writer as Ivalice, who's also the writer for Tactics in 12, I believe. And maybe, like, Vagrant Story, probably? I don't know. There was some other thing, I think. Apparently, I've chosen to go here. Okay, everyone is... Oh, I never assigned a venture. What the? That won't do. Quick exploration time, everybody. The problem with Bosja is that the relic weapon for Paladin is cool looking. Or at least, like, the final part of the final version, various versions of the final step are cool. Yeah. Isn't the trial an extreme version of the solo instance? Or am I mistaken in that regard? Okay, it is. And that extreme trial is required to dye the Shadowbringers artifact armor, or to upgrade it into a dyeable form, should you wish to do so. But I'm unlikely to do that because too scary. But yeah. Hey, there's a tiny treasure chest over there. I wonder what's in it. Hey, this is a very well-furnished inn-room. I've never really thought about it. This is like an entire single-room apartment type of thing. Anyway. So. Oh, there's also a small treasure chest here. I'm gonna poke it. Poke, poke. Anyway, this has been Final Fantasy XIV 5.1. Vows of Virtue, Deeds of Cruelty, was it? Something like that. We also saw the level 80 Paladin quest and donated to the Doman Enclave. Next on the list, as I mentioned, is at least some of the start of Bosja, followed by starting Eden, of which we can only do the first 2 wings right now. And then, what do we have? And then, Roll Quest 2, which I think will be, I'll start with the DPS one, because that's the one I've done before. Actually, I had that, I'll have to, that'll be fine. I'll have to reorganize the list. Then after You know, I should just reorganize this list before just listing it, since I've already done it in a different order than it's listed. Anyway, thank you all for watching. Sukro is going to take a nap. And I will see you all in the future. As usual, if you are interested in any donation or social media links, they're available at borealrobin.cardwith2rs.co. If you are interested in following or subscribing, that would also be very helpful. I suppose it would also be helpful to subscribe on the YouTube and other such means of engagement, though I don't truly know. And of course, don't worry too much about all of that, because it is also helpful just for you to be here, and I appreciate it. And with all of those things said, have a good rest of the day or night, and I will see you on the next stream. Goodbye.